When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Make we talk, people.
Unity, strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it now help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk. Unity, strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it now help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk. Unity, strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it now help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk. Unity, strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape.
Good afternoon. We're listening, watching from around the world on the Eastern Caribbean. This is the Make We Talk program. I hope the audio is good. Is the audio good? Good afternoon to you all. It's a beautiful, beautiful Monday afternoon. It's a beautiful Monday afternoon right here on the Make We Talk program. Uh-oh. What's going on here? Okay. Let's say that way then. It's a beautiful Monday afternoon right here on the Make We Talk program. It's the Make We Talk Current Affair program with yours truly, Jeffrey T. Well, our special guest this afternoon will be none other than Mr. Raymond Price himself. He will be our special guest this evening. We're also going to have Head Boy coming on to co-host the program. But before everyone comes on, before Mr. Raymond Price comes on, we're going to start the program. There is an item of news coming into us that a Delta airline has crashed at an airport in Toronto, Canada. That's the news coming into our news center. A Delta airline has crashed at an airport in Ontario, Canada. We're trying to get some more news towards that. Or we're gonna have our producer in the chat room to come on pretty soon. Her name is Divine, Walking in Divine Purpose. So, you know, this is a very good evening. We're gonna have a discussion on the issue of Portmore becoming a parish. As you all know, this afternoon or this morning rather, there was a discussion with the director of election, Mr. Orrit Fisher. He was on the program. He was on Conrad O'Brien's program, and he opened up our eyes. We're going to speak about that this evening with Mr. Raymond Price. We're also going to speak about why is that no one in the Jamaican diaspora is on the new constitution reform. That's why they're going to name somebody from the Senate. No one from the Senate is being named. We're going to speak about that also. So we have a full jam-packed program. We're also at 8 o'clock. We're going to have the chairman of the National Democratic Movement will be coming on, Mr. Michael Williams. He'll be coming on to speak to us some more about the boundaries, about Portmore becoming a parish. He'll be coming on the program also to speak to us about that too. It's going to be a good program. We're also going to open up the phone lines for people to call in. But I want to play something here. This morning, we're also going to speak about the Usain Bolt issue. We want to speak about that because Jamaicans are some Jamaicans are taking to social media to lambaste Mr. Bolt. And I don't think that is fair. Did the Jamaican government question the Jamaican people when they were investing into SSL, NHT money, and also NIS money? Did the Jamaican government consult the Jamaican people to put NHT money into SSL? Did they do that? No, they did not. So for the people such as that lady there from up by Papine, what's her name again? Who left the People's National Party and gone to the Jamaica Labour Party. That's nothing to me. What I'm saying is this. Miss Phillips, how dare you to suggest that Mr. Bolt is questioning or asking government? He has a right. In case you did not know. Miss Phillips, in case you did not know, ma'am, SSL is being regulated by the government of Jamaica. The government of Jamaica is the one who give SSL a license to operate. And based on information reaching the Make We Talk program and other programs, that the government of Jamaica knew that SSL has been in problem. And why did they continue to give SSL license? And you're not questioning why the Prime Minister pulled his money out of SSL, and he did not tell the government entities like NHT and NIS to pull their money. You're not questioning that. But you're questioning why Bolt is saying government. Usain Bolt have a right, a sole right, to demand his money. The government of Jamaica is the one who allow SSL to operate with a license. So he has a right to ask questions. And for those who are going on social media believing to lambaste Mr. Bolt, I bet if board is second to come, I'm not going to 50,000 on one gone. So if the young man is going on social media now, going on the media to talk about his money, he has a right to do it. It's a damn shame and disgrace that this country that he solely loves, his own country that he's from, $2 billion of his hard-earned money gone down the drain. Huh? And none of you don't see to come out and speak about it. We don't see to come out and lambaste this young man. How on earth can we come better in this country when we're hugging up corruption and nepotism and cronyism in this country? We're hugging it up. Why Miss Phillips didn't come out and speak about $3 trillion unaccounted before? All of you believe that the Jamaican people are a bunch of idiots? All of you believe that none of us don't have any cabeza? You're saying no money, no missing. So where the money is? Why can't you come out and tell us where the $3 trillion disappear to? Usain Bolt have a right to come out and speak. He has been quiet for far too long. And it's deafening. It is so deafening that the Jamaica Labour Party, headed by the Prime Minister of this country, says nothing about this young man money. The former world-class Minister of Finance, Dr. Nigel Clarke, who is now at the IMF, told the Jamaican people that he will invite the FBI to come in and there will be no stone left unturned. Well, something was on social media the other night where the former Minister of Finance, Dr. the Honorable Nigel Clarke, said something that it left us to ask the question, who is telling the truth? Why is it that this current Minister of Finance do not release, let me see if I can get it here, do not release the finding, release the finding of the report on SSL? We, the Jamaican people, want to see it. Why are you people hell-bent in keeping it silent? Why? We need to know. We, the people of this country, need to know. And if the former Minister of Finance is saying that he left the report for them to pursue it and look it over. So why is it that we can't see what is in the report? I'm going to download something here for you to listen to the former Minister of Finance in what he said. Let me find it here. Because I don't want anyone to say that Jeffrey come on here chatting pure nonsense. Listen to what the former Minister of Finance had to say. We cannot be silent. The young man came from humble beginning. Like how the Prime Minister claimed he came from a 2-bedroom house in Cumberland in Spanish Town. Usain Bolt come from Trelawney. He used to run barefoot. He remember where he's coming from. And the time has come for us, the Jamaican people, to stop playing politics. He has a right to ask the government. You have some idiots talking. Why are you asking the government? In case you don't know, SSL is regulated by the government of this country. The FSC is regulated. The FSC answers to the Minister of Finance. So he has a right to ask about it. Listen to what the former Minister of Finance had to say.
An opportunity, just to pour out my heart, and I feel hurt and disappointed, that I've, put that effort in taken major risk, right, in getting forensic auditors from the United Kingdom to do a massive investigation. That file has been put to the DPP from late 2023, and nothing has kind of come of it. And people are looking and wondering, hey, what's going on? You know, I've done my part. I've done my part, which is to act with alacrity, to act with speed, to act with resolve, to seek international help, and to fund a proper investigation. And, you know, the rest of the system has to do its part. And it's important that the public can distinguish between where responsibility begins and where it ends. My responsibility begins, you know, on the policy side, and it certainly does not include investigations and prosecutions and so on. That belongs in other parts of the system. And while I respect, you know, the independence of all of those entities, when it comes to a situation like this, where people, you know, are looking to me, you know, for some resolution, it's very important that I point out where my responsibility begins and where it lies, and show the people that as far as where I am, my responsibility begins and lies, I have done my part. And my heart breaks for the fact that, you know, one of Jamaica's treasured icons is caught up in this, you know, country.
It's a disgrace. It is a disgrace to see where this country is going. It's a national disgrace. And one of Jamaica's icon. One of Jamaica's icon who has put Jamaica on the map. Money just gone like a Sammy mouth. I wonder if what the former Minister of National Security, KD Knight, said. Jeffrey, don't go down the road, but listen to what KD Knight said.
Let me tell you the problem. And people don't seem to understand this part of it. Money is not easy to come by. You ask people for donations and so on. They give you some. I don't want to tell you who was Oswest's largest donor. I don't want to tell you who gave him the most money. But I'll tell you this. Much of the money that the Labour had spent in this election was money that they stole from the people themselves. They stole that money and they stored a part of it to use in buying votes. It is not through the generosity of others that they were able to get the whole set of money that they had. This was as a result of them stealing $14 billion from the public purse. 14 billion, that's $4.6 million from every single Jamaican, including the baby, including the beggar who was to pay GCT. And then they took it and they bought my black brothers and sisters. This is a return to slavery. That's what it is. But this time is not the white man buying the black man. It's the black man putting up himself for sale to anybody, whether black or white. My brother, we are going to regret this. I will be gone. I will be gone. But black people going to regret it, because the time is coming when not one single person coming out of North East St. Catherine will be able to become a member of Parliament. Not one. Only the rich, the very rich, will be able to become members of parliament to plunder the public purse some more and steal some more and let themselves get richer. I'm told that, Michael, man, the time gone. My God. My God. Why hast thou forsaken us?
I don't think God has forsaken Jamaica, Senator Knight. Former Senator Knight. I think the people has forsaken God. I want to know, when I said the Dirty 30 was bringing down brand Jamaica, $2 billion of a young man who went on tracks around the world, flying the Jamaican flag high, waving the Jamaican flag, singing the national anthem with pride. Is not bringing on brand Jamaica when $2 billion of his money gone down the drain? And you have politicians, or a politician, a so-called politician, is asking question, was it the government who tell you to go and invest in SSL? Why didn't you ask the Prime Minister who told him to pull out his money out of SSL? Why didn't you ask the Prime Minister, why didn't he tell the government entity as NHT and NIS to pull out their money? In America, they call that insider trading. But there's no laws in Jamaica for the people of the Vumvava and the Vumvavi. No laws at all in our country for those type of people. And I don't blame Usain Bolt to go public with it. Mr. Bolt should go on every single media outlet around the globe. Because they paint Jamaica as this rosy country. These people paint Jamaica as this rosy country. There's nothing wrong with Jamaica. Everything is good and dandy. No problem. When are we going to stand up in this country and call a spade a spade? Miss Phillips, you should be ashamed of yourself to ask Mr. Bolt that question. Have you asked your Prime Minister, who's your party leader, our Prime Minister, who's your party leader, why didn't he tell them to pull out NIS money and housing trust money? Why didn't you? I want to say good evening to everyone who's coming on the program. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. Why didn't you ask the Prime Minister of this country? Why didn't you ask Prime Minister Michael Andrew Holness? Why didn't you tell the government entity to pull out your money? To pull out taxpayers' money? And for how long have they been investing money from NHT and NIS into this failed Ponzi scheme? In which modern democracy can a Ponzi scheme happen and only one person is being charged? No one. None of them who is involved, who owns SSL, is before the court. One lone individual. One only person is before the court. And don't come and tell me that the person who is before the court, she knows about how much billions of dollars that went down the drain. Those who own SSL knows about the money. And we, the Jamaican people, must ask the question, why did the government of Jamaica allow the owners of SSL to go on free like a bird in the sky, like Mutty Perkins would have said? Huh? Why did we do that? I want to say good evening to my good friend, Miss Tonian Sinclair rather, sorry. How you doing?
I'm good.
And a friend, talk a bit louder.
I'm good, honey. How are you? I'm good, sir.
Yes. I'm here talking about what's going on with SSL and Usain Bolt. As a member of the Jamaican diaspora, what is your views on that? Are you hearing me?
It's disgusting. It's disgusting. It is. It's a sad thing. I'm hearing you.
Okay, go ahead. Continue. Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
It's disgusting. It's hard to believe that somebody that represents our country, in such an amazing way, should be going through something like this.
Do you believe that this was in the United States and the Prime Minister pulled out his money? You think the Prime Minister will still remain as Prime Minister of this country? Whatever. Do you believe it will happen in the United States? That will happen?
No, that is inside trading.
So if that is insider trading within the United States, I'm yet to hear from somebody to tell the Jamaican people, if we have such a law in this country where you are investing in a company, and by the way, the Jamaican government knew that SSL has been in problem from what killed Philip. The government of Jamaica knew what is going on in SSL, and yet they keep on giving SSL license. So when the Prime Minister of this country, Jamaica's world-class Prime Minister, pull his money out of SSL and leave taxpayers' money from NHT and NIS in there, we hear nothing more about that. Your views on that, Tony?
Because it's an inside thing. I believe it's more of an inside thing. There's definitely somebody on the inside. This doesn't make any sense.
I'm lost for words, you know. And for them to be coming and lambasting this young man who has worked so hard to represent this country, and they're saying that he mustn't ask for his money, he must ask government. Did you know that the SSL is regulated by the government, by the FSC?
Yes.
So won't you think that politician lady there who switched side from the PNP to the JLP, nothing is wrong with that. Right. Don't you think a woman of her caliber would have known that SSL is regulated by the FSC?
Yes, but it's called. I think it's more like they're throwing stones. They want to throw stones because the best way to do a distraction is to throw stones somewhere else, right? So you don't want everybody to focus on you, so you throw stones at somebody else. And it's one of these things that happens in Jamaica a lot. The people at the bottom, because they're so busy trying to survive, they don't pay attention to the more relevant stuff that they should pay attention to. The idea of keeping the poor mentality in the poor mentality is exactly what Jamaica runs off. Right? So if the poor people are too busy trying to survive, they will not be able to stop and think about, well, wait a second. If I had put my money in there, it's the same way. Does it just disappear and I can't do nothing about it?
I want to play something here from opposition leader and president of the People's National Party. He was at a PNP function last night and he weighed in on the whole SSL saga. I want you to listen to something here that he said.
When I see what this...
Hold on for me.
Sprinting legend is doing, when I see what this government is doing to the great sprinting legend of Jamaica, Usain Bolt, it is a disgrace. The man invested his money for his retirement. in an institution regulated by the Jamaican regulatory body for investments in the country. And there was a massive fraud going on in there. Nigel Clarke was Minister of Finance. When the report come to his office about the problems, he put the report in a cupboard and forget about it. Andrew Holness had money in there. And Andrew Holness take out his money before the thing collapse and leave Bolt and others to suffer the massive losses of, in his case, millions and millions of hard-earned US dollars that he raised through his exploits on the track. Bring glory to Jamaica. What can go so? What can go so? Well, I'm here to tell you that when we form government, no stone will be left unturned to chase down that money for Mr. Bolt and the others. No stone will be left unturned. This lackadaisical approach, dragging the thing out. We can't get any information. We want the reports. We want the crew reports to see what has happened. And there must be a commission inquiry into the regulatory failures that would allow an institution like that, licensed to deal in securities and manage people's money, to have been operating for years, carrying out such massive fraud, and the regulator let them go ahead and let them go ahead until it was too late. We are going to get to the bottom of it because we respect the people involved who have put their money in Jamaica, and to the diaspora and others overseas. We need to send the signal that we take it seriously and that Jamaica is a place where you can come and invest your money. And this government is letting the people down and letting the side down, and it is a disgrace. The other issue I wanted to talk about is the Integrity Commission.
Hold on there for my party leader. Hold on there for my Jamaica's opposition leader. I have joining me now none other than our good friend Head Boy. And Head Boy, welcome to the program. We also have Tonian Sinclair on the platform here with us. Opposition leader, the Jamaican people have heard those words from the former Minister of Finance, that no stone will be left unturned. I think you should have used a different word, you should have used a different word, opposition leader. And I pray and hope that if you become Prime Minister, that some head will be rolling down Jeffrey behave yourself, some bangles. But that the people of the Vumva on the Vumva V. Or would that be people down Crossroad? Some bangle must go on. Head Boy, your views on this.
Good night to you and your listeners. Jeffrey, good night to the lady joining you. I want to say that this is quite telling.
Mm.
And I want to set the record straight on this Usain Bolt matter. And let me start by saying that I have experience in banking.
Yes.
And I have never seen any relationship manager having so much control over an account. Let it be known that Miss Jean Panton was a mere relationship manager or a private banker. So she does not have the wherewithal or the access to move such magnitude of monies that they are accusing her of moving. Now, I am not going to be judge, jury, and executioner. I am not privy to the report. But from a normal point of view, relationship managers do not control the flow of funds coming in and out of a client's account. That's the first thing that we need to establish. Secondly, we need to also establish that Miss Jean Panton was a mere relationship manager, and she had supervisors and managers that sat over her. They had what we call in banking, they have it's almost like they have an override on the account. When you have an override on the account as a manager, you can then do...
Head Boy, hold a minute. I thought, were you hearing him a while ago? Okay, head boy, continue.
So when you have override on an account, you can actually do as the manager. You can request statements, request funds to be sent out. The relationship manager just makes the request and you authorize it. Now, I want to set the record straight. Usain Bolt's situation is like, and I'm sure our esteemed colleague here will remember that you had a scandal in America called the Maida scandal. This was essentially what happened to Usain Bolt. There were printouts saying that he invested in Apple stocks, invested in these stocks, but from what we're understanding, no funds were invested in any stock. And so I just want to stop short of saying that this is a scam. This is a straight up scam. And the Prime Minister cannot separate himself from the situation at SSL. Why can't he separate himself? When Peter Phillips asked the question where he got his money from to build his house, he said he received a loan from SSL. A loan.
But hold on there. Hold on there, head boy. Is SSL a bank? Is SSL can SSL give loans?
From my understanding, Jeffrey, they can't. They're in fact an investment house. Similarly, that is why the Integrity Commission had problems with charity funds being sent to Barita and loans being borrowed from Barita, because investment houses only take deposits from investment personnel for solely investment purposes, nothing else. So something is amiss here in this situation. But if you go back in the timeline, Usain Bolt sent his money in 2012. In 2012, we are told the JLP was in opposition. Andrew Holness was battling for his political career in the JLP. He had no financial backers because most of the financiers of the party went with Audley Shaw, Mike Henry and Darrell Vaz, who they saw as persons who could bring money to the party. Now, I want to move the argument quickly to looking at not just Mr. Bolt, because I think Bolt has overshadowed this whole situation.
Yes.
Funds were invested from NHT. Funds were invested from NIS. Funds were invested from another entity, the catastrophe bond for the banana board. And
yes,
that is something that none of us, seemingly, including journalists in Jamaica, they are not raising those concerns, and hence why we need the Kroll report to be made public, because it involves public funds belonging to public entities.
And taxpayers of this country.
Absolutely. So as not to bore your listeners, my simple point is something no look good in this situation, and Mark Bolin is in his right, and I believe him when he says that we need to have almost a commission of inquiry around this situation, because we need to follow the money. But I can give your listeners breaking news.
Yes.
That I've spoken to some friends in high places, and they have said to me in the Kroll report mentioned account numbers that funds went to. The Kroll report, because remember, it's a comprehensive report. Kroll is a very respected entity in the world. Yes? So they would have traced where funds went, where it flowed, and whose account it went into. Remember, too, that American banks were involved in the facilitation of the fraud in not just Jamaican investors, but also American citizens who invested in SSL. And this is now a matter of importance to the Americans. No US dollar can flow through Jamaica or out of Jamaica without an American a correspondent US bank. So we need to, there is something that is not smelling right in this situation. And the defense of the Prime Minister is that Jamaica badmine him when they're calling for Usain Bolt's, the declaration on Usain Bolt's funds.
Now tell me something now, head boy, and and our good lady here. You see the arrogancy of this Prime Minister. The Jamaican people are asking him. The Jamaican people are asking the government of Jamaica, which of he is the head of government in this country. He took out his money. Okay? And all he can say that we're bad manning him. I sure to God don't bad man you for what you have in Andrew Honest. Because the Bible says, no, never you grudge anybody for what they have, and how they get it. And we have some members of the Jamaican diaspora who are a bunch of hypocrites. When these people come up here, I'm not talking about you, my good lady. But when these people come up here, the hands and the gloves, them and them, I take pity with this and I take pity with that. While the country that we sold, we claim that we love, is spiraling out of control with level of nepotism and corruption and cronyism. We're going to talk about we grudge you. I don't grudge you. Because I can't tell that I come from a 1-bedroom and a 2-bedroom on the Cumberland Road. Lady Sinclair, go ahead.
But in the same breath, if he claims that we grudge him, the same people that vote for him grudge him, does that make sense?
And those people are not sense then, and they're not about to vote for him.
But I'm just saying, on a whole, how can you say we're bad mind and grudge you when the same people put you in power?
The nation is in crisis.
It is in crisis, and we have to find a way to fix it. And I know you and I spoke last night, and you were saying that it's at a stage right now where it's a little hard. You're sort of throwing, you don't know where to turn.
I'm listen to me. I have said it on numerous occasions. Pastor Ricky, check your WhatsApp. Pastor Ricky, check your WhatsApp. I've said this on many occasions. I've reached a point in my life, and on this program here, that I don't feel to come on air yapping up my mouth. Pretty soon I'm not going to have no teeth. Pretty soon a source of gum I don't have. For me to come on air every day yapping my mouth and the Jamaican people sit down. Nah, do nothing. We in the Jamaican diaspora had 4 demonstrations of what is going on in this country. And all I can hear, left Jamaica alone. We don't have no standing. We don't this and that.
So Jeffrey,
while this country that we claim that we love, we claim we love this country. And from 1960 to until this blessed day, if we should check up the level of mismanagement of funds, the level of corruption in this country, could I build 40, 11 hospital and school give it and pay for our national debt. 3 trillion down the drain here, nobody talk about it. Those are the things that I'm tired and I'm fed up of. Head boy?
No, Jeffrey, the Bible says in doing good, do not become weary. And this is the time when, because let's be real, historically, Jamaica complained that Patterson led, PJ Patterson, the most honorable PJ Patterson, led the country for too long. They wanted a change. I am of the view that no administration should spend no prime minister should spend more than 2 terms. It doesn't mean no administration should spend more than 2 terms, but no prime minister should spend more than 2 terms. The issue that we face right now, and you have seen it, in 1989, the JLP went to the IMF in the 80s, racked up a massive debt. Edward Seaga said he did not remember having borrowed certain monies. The PNP came in 89. They had up until 89 to 94 to say goodbye to the IMF. During the crisis of the financial sector meltdown, which is important to note that same financial sector meltdown, SSL is the lone escapee from that era. The same principles of SSL were the same principles of some of these institutions that collapsed and benefited from some of the bailouts they got as a result of things. So it seems like we're reinventing the wheel and history is repeating itself. But I want to say I have confidence in Mark Golding in that, one, Mark Golding is from a reputable financial background. You would have seen he started out Darren Bunting and Golding with himself, Peter Bunting, and Chris Darren. And this Darren and Golding was formed on the basis for farmers and small medium enterprise entrepreneurs. And when Darren Bunting and Golding was sold to Scotiabank, every single investor, including workers of Darren Bunting and Golding, who swept the floor, received their dividend payments from DB&G. So when you talk about track record of managing people's money and managing people's affairs, we see a record of Mark Golding that stands for itself. So you can't mix Mark Golding with an Andrew Holness, who, by the way, has never done any business except that of politics, who all of a sudden between 2008 and 2012, his finances grew exponentially.
But head boy, is SSL a spin-off of Paul Chen Young Company?
It is.
Lord of mercy.
I didn't know that.
It is.
Talk to us some more about that, no? If you know.
Okay, so Crown Eagle. Remember you had Crown Eagle, yes? Which was the baby of Paul Chen Young. Mr. Hugh Krosky was a director in that company. When it collapsed, the SSL emerged in the late 2000s, yes? Their offices were in New Kingston. By the way, they didn't own any property until Usain Bolt invested his $12 million there. They were renting.
So hold on, that's the time they went and buy a building?
Yes, they were renting from Ark Industries. If you look when the building was acquired, it was acquired during the period of 2012-2013. When did Usain Bolt money? So they were heavily indebted in terms of they did not have any cash assets, but they had benefited from having seized a lot of their investors' properties who could not pay. That is why men like Krosky, and I'll say it with no fear, have so much properties in Jamaica and including Canada. Yes? So when we understand who these players are,
then head boy, if these people have so much asset, the owners of SSL, why did the Jamaican government seize those assets?
Jeffrey, I'll tell you why. What? These guys have heavy influence. Don't forget that SSL, it is alleged, was a silent financier of the JLP whilst they were in opposition between the period of 2012 to 2016.
So hold on there for me now. Remember when I said my brother? So that is why former Minister of National Security, KD Knight, there's a video going on with KD Knight stating that the Labour Rights stole some money.
Yes, KD doesn't say anything and take it back. Now, the truth be told is that in the run-up to the 2016 elections, the Labour Party was divided. There was no financing. They had no financiers. Audley Shaw had lost narrowly, and he complained bitterly about the results of the election because of what was allowed to happen at the National Stadium. Remember, we've seen the video time and time where he said it was a disgrace the way Andrew Holness and Desmond McKenzie behaved. when you look at the financing, they cancelled their conference, and I want to remind the people of Jamaica, if they have forgotten, there was no JLP conference in the year 2014. They had no money. And insider from the JLP told me they were holding on to the money in 2015 because they believed the election would have been called 2015. So they had no money. The financiers were not supporting them. My information, it is alleged that 3 big wigs in the JLP, including one from Portland, one from Clarendon, so you can figure who they be, yes, reached out to the financiers that supported Audley, and Audley brokered a deal that they would then finance the party so that the party could get into government, and these 3 persons were assured positions in the cabinet, and so said, so done. They were all given prominent cabinet posts.
Well, this is a level of corruption and nepotism and cronyism stinker than river can dump.
You know, I am not into the business of throwing people under the bus without facts. But I believed what happened at SSL from a banking point of view. They saw this big lump sum. I mean, remember now, Jeffrey, if you try and move 100,000 US through the bank in Jamaica, they see as God. Because our regular banks in Jamaica, once you're moving 1 million or more, it's like they're alarmed. They're excited. Yeah. So, and I'm talking in JMD. When the funds went to SSL, I am of the view that they felt they could take the money, invest it otherwise from what they told Bolt they would have invested in Apple stocks and other stocks, and they lent it out to different persons close to them to do investments in other fields, particularly the real estate field. I want you to go and check when the property in Lee's flat, yes, belonging to somebody close, who we know, closer than a brother, when that property was purchased.
Hold on for me, head boy. I'm gonna let me Sinclair come on. When I ask you this question, though, head boy, you are a banker. They keep on saying that no money came in from Usain Bolt to SSL. But the person who was the temporary manager for SSL admit that that money came in. Tell us how wire transfer works when it comes down to a situation like this.
It is simple. Jamaica has a limit on what you can move in terms of cash. So you can't move more than $1 million. It is supposed to, it was capped at the 10,000 limit that the US has. In fact, it needs to be raised to keep up with the inflation. However, you cannot move more than $1 million without it going through the bank. One, a wire transfer comes from a finance, so Bolt possibly had his funds sitting in a financial institution. Could be onshore, could be offshore. Based upon his setup, having had a St. Lucia entity, WellGen, I believed it would have been offshore. Yes? And he would have instructed his bankers to then wire the funds to SSL. The moment the MT103, which is what is called a wire receipt, is produced, that wire receipt then shows that the funds have been received or settled in the receiving banks, receiving institution, financial institution. Now, when you move from there now, once you have produced that MT103, it means that monies were settled in the account of the receiving bank. It is simple. So Bolt moved his money whether it was onshore or offshore, into SSL. The SSL can only, nothing could interrupt the transfer unless the bank frees it. The bank say they cannot accept it, they need proof. But knowing the individual that was doing the transfer, it would not look untoward because his net worth was more than what he was moving. Yeah.
So hold on there now. Hold on there for me now. Miss Sinclair, hold on a minute. The question to you tonight, head boy, is this. So that means there is a series of paper trail
Absolutely, and that's what I'm trying to establish.
Go ahead.
There's a series of paper trail which shows from the date the wire was initiated and the date it was settled in the account. Yes, there is also something that your listeners may not be privy to that I have been following, and thank God that those guys over Bradley Avenue keep on speaking on this matter more than they need to speak, because then you get to hear some things. What is happening is that the funds, when it was transferred, based upon the Mr. Tomlin, who was the receiver, because the company was put under receivership, right? Or the liquidator, if you want the correct term. He pointed to having seen on the books of SSL 6.4 million belonging to Usain Bolt. Yes? The question I asked, if 6.4 was recorded, how comes when you send the money never get there?
That is the question we're asking.
No, the even more dangerous than that, Jeffrey. They say no funds were received, and I'll tell you why they're coming with that argument. In investment banking, if you want to, let's say, Usain Bolt is now suing this now defamed infamous company. They say they did not receive the funds. There is no legal requirement on them or anything you can do to them if they did not receive the funds, because in order for them to invest the funds, they would have had to receive the funds. Yes, that's one. Two, they're building up what we call a stonewall or a legal argument, a legal defense argument to say they were not responsible, and they're trying to turn back point back the fingers on Usain Bolt's financial manager, then his best friend.
Oh, Miss Sinclair, I have a question for head boy, because I have a lot of questions to ask him. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's funny that he mentioned the trail, because myself, it is so true that the paper trail for moving any kind of funds through any banking system in Jamaica is so intense. Because recently, just within the last 2 weeks, I was trying to move money, and the amount of money paperwork the bank sent to me to fill out and to verify where the funds are coming from and where. So how is it that possible that and I'm not moving what he's moving? So how my little bit of money have such a paper trail, but his big amount of money don't have that kind of trail? They can't find it.
Before we go any further, I just want to let everyone know that at 7 o'clock, it's now 7 o'clock, we're going to be joined by the People's National Party caretaker for East Central St. Catherine, Mr. Raymond Price. As soon as he gets on, we'll do that. But we're going to continue talking to Head Boy about the Usain Bolt fraud. The fraud, the man, then thief the man money. And some people in the high up know about it. Some people of the Vumva and the Vumva.
A lot of people know about it.
Know about it. We have Pastor Richie Ann. Pastor, how you doing?
Blessings, sir.
We want to see your face, because you're part of the program. People can't see me. I see you too.
I am trying to, but I having some issues with my screen, and
what you need to do, go back out and come back in and press allow for camera and everything.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Thanks.
Head boy, my question to you though, head boy. They are saying that they don't see any paper trail. They didn't receive any money. Both attorneys said last night, or a couple nights ago on CVM, that there is paper trail.
No, Jeffrey, let us not waste our time with a non-productive argument. They're outrightly lying. And let me tell you why. In the Kroll report, will point to Kroll is not just a due diligence firm. Sorry, it tracks money. It does due diligence on money, and it is able to use its wide network with persons like Grant Thornton, all of these accounting firms to help in tracing the money. I tell you where these guys at SSL got caught. They got caught because they moved the monies through American correspondent banks. Now, let me help you. Once you're moving funds through American correspondent banks and the fund is over $10,000, they're required to report it to the Federal Reserve or to the responsible banking institutions in the U.S. that governs the public banking, FDIC, and all of those things. So the truth be told is you cannot. That is why persons involved in AML, that is anti-money laundering, and so they don't move money through the U.S. They try not to move funds through the U.S. because they know that once you're moving funds through correspondent banks, which typically for USDs from America, Citibank, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, JP Morgan, JP Chase, same. All of those institutions would make your record public if an investigation is called upon. Now,
all right, we have 2 more minutes because I have Mr. Price, and we have 2 more minutes to wrap up this head boy. Raymond, bear with us, please.
No problem.
Go ahead, head boy.
We must ask ourselves the question, Jeffrey. If it were that this institution, moved funds through the US, which they have to because they are correspondent banks in the United States, the Minister of Finance said to us when the saga broke that he would, in fact, have the FBI investigate the matter. Why was the FBI needed to investigate the matter if it was not going through American correspondent banks?
Yes, sir.
So that in itself is, in fact, a confirmation from the Holness administration that these funds were passed through American correspondent banks. And Nigel Clarke needs to, in his absence, what Nigel did was Nigel stonewalled the process and went away so that he doesn't have to answer any of these questions. But what I'm calling for quickly is the publication of the Crow report within the interest of the taxpayers who pay into the NHT, who pay into the NIS, and the farmers that are banana producing farmers in St. Mary, Portland, and the eastern parts of the island, that they can have a sense of what has happened to their funds.
Right.
Because we're making noise about Bolt, but remember the country has been impacted. And the Prime Minister took out his funds before. The man is the Minister of Housing, And the man left SSL and don't tell the SSL board release my funds for NHT, NIS, and the different financial institutions, government institutions that are invested.
Wow. Hey, boy, we have to leave it there until we can get Mr. Price in, and we're going to go back to that. We're going to welcome the People's National Party caretaker for East Central St. Catherine, a man who speaks truth to power, a man who don't afraid to mince word. He reminds me of the late Michael Manley. At one point he laid on in the street and said, "Come, me die for me people them." Raymond, welcome to the Mekwita program.
Thank you very much. That's quite an honor. If you are going to say to your viewers that I remind you of Michael Manley, I won't be able to sleep this evening because that is one of the most powerful sentiments anybody can express to a member of the People's National Party.
Indeed. And I also want to welcome my good friend, Pastor Richie. Hold on for me. We're gonna come to you, but we're going to welcome Mr. Raymond Price to the program. So Price, why did you enter politics? Of all the things in the world, why politics?
In a sense, I probably was in politics from my eye at my knee, because if you speak to my parents and even my teachers from that age, they said that they always saw leadership potential in me. I would be the one advocating, "Miss, you have to do that over because this student didn't get it, especially in math class," and things like that. And within my siblings and cousins and, my own family circle, my parents will tell me that I would be the one, even if all the siblings were present or all the cousins were present, that I would make the rules and everybody will comply. But outside of that, I grew up in a household where my grandparents, first and foremost, were very clear. They grew up in Jamaica before independence. They grew up in Jamaica before universal adult suffrage. My grandmother told me about her experience the first time she marked a ballot. And my parents continued that in terms of ensuring we understood the importance of civic pride and civic duty and civic responsibility. And then one day at my alma mater, St. George's College, I met Portia Simpson Miller, and that was it.
The rest is history.
The rest continues to be history in the making. Yes.
Now you decide to represent the people of East Central St. Catherine.
Yes.
What is your plan for East Central St. Catherine, for the people of that constituency?
All right. Well, for the last 108 months, the people of East Central St. Catherine has had underperformer sitting in the office of Member of Parliament for this constituency. In those 108 months, the first any of them recall hearing him speak in Parliament was last week Tuesday, when he was asking for sections of the constituency that he has not served to be removed from the constituency, in keeping with what Everett Warmington had indicated 2 years ago would have been done, which is to attempt to create a stronghold for the Jamaica Labour Party in Portmore. So we have a situation now where the residents have seen their potential locked, and we're seeking to unlock it. And how are we going to go about doing that? First and foremost, safety and security. Portmore is a dormitory community, and if you check with the records of the constabulary force, you would know that one of the main concerns residents have is when they leave their homes and go to work, that there are anything from petty thievery to home break-ins at night. Sometimes cars are stolen. And when I first started to campaign in this constituency, I said that the quickest way to increase the effectiveness of policing is to put a system of closed circuit cameras connected to the Jamaica Eye program, where a resident can leave, and while at work, if there's a notification on their cell phones, they can tap in. They can view cameras for the entry and exit ways and all of the main roads within their community. The only community in Portmore that has that kind of program is a community in MP Fitzjackson's constituency. It shouldn't surprise any of your viewers that it's a PNP MP who has done it. I have proposed to do the same thing for East Central St. Catherine. The second thing is health and environmental well-being. We want to maintain recreation spaces. We want to improve the quality of recreation spaces. There's one in particular where we had started the work in 2020, and Mr. Terry Long showed up with a group of people, and eventually the police came and said that the work was to stop because monies were approved for the work to begin November that year, which in Jamaica we observe Youth Month in November. That was November 2020.
Hold on for me, Raymond. The police stopped the work from continuing.
Yes.
So what proof did the Jamaica Constabulary Force have to stop the work that money was earmarked?
That's a very good question. I can't answer that question, but fortunately, one of the police officers was bold enough to say that he personally got a call from the minister, and the minister instructed him to stop the work. But more importantly than that, that was August 7th, 2020. And he said the work was going to begin in November 2020. We've since had November 2020, November 2021, November 2022, November 2023, and November 2024. 5 Novembers have passed and nothing has been done. Let's speak about health. when I was a member of parliament in northeastern St. Elizabeth, one of my key achievements was the modernization of the Santa Cruz public clinic, the health center in Santa Cruz. And I indicated that when I toured this constituency, there was need for a modern clinic in the constituency. Presently, there is one in Gregory Park at the Catholic Church in a building that prior to the building being temporarily used as a clinic, that building was where the church did its adult literacy program and its youth skills training program. But the community's need for primary health services have outgrown the size of the clinic. In the national debates in the 2020 general election campaign, I said I would implement very similar to what I did in Santa Cruz in Gregory Park. The following Monday, the outgoing member of parliament showed up with the media and government officials and broke ground in August 2020 for a clinic. And if we go to the location where they broke the ground, and I send you a locator pin, and you flew to Jamaica and drove into Gregory Park, you would see a grassland.
You know something, Raymond?
Yes.
This prime minister and administration love to break ground. They told the people in Clarkstown in Ascenton that he's gonna make their Silicon Valley.
Yes. Well, we're gonna have quite a number of Silicon Valleys because the outgoing member of parliament for East Central St. Catherine, on his only presentation ever captured in the media from parliament, said that there were people in Portmore that wanted the parish so that Portmore could get development and become a Silicon Valley. And I don't think it's one or two things. Either he doesn't know what Silicon Valley is, or he continues to disrespect the intelligence of the people of Portmore who actually know what Silicon Valley is. So they think it's a label that will get them some amount of popularity, but it will not. And the evidence will be confirmed when the votes are counted on election day, sometime in 2025. And as I've been saying to people, whether it's the constituency will be called East Central St. Catherine or Northern Portmore, he will no longer be a part of the equation.
I have some other moderators here on the program with me. Miss Sinclair is a member of the Jamaican Diaspora.
Yes, Miss Sinclair. Good evening.
And they, like, I unmute the mic for you, ma'am. And they, at one point, the two political parties in Jamaica told members of the Jamaican Diaspora that they met in cancelling in the Senate. And now nobody can say no Senate.
Well,
hold on for me, Raymond. Hold on for me. I don't want to ask the question tonight. I think she has a question to ask you. So I don't know if she asks the question, then head boy going to ask a question, then it go down to Pastor Richie. And the next question we're going to ask you is pertaining to Portmore becoming a parish, because the former director of election was on News Talk 93 FM this morning.
Yes.
I don't know if you have heard it.
Yes, I did.
Okay, we're going to ask some questions about that. Madam Sinclair, go ahead.
Welcome. Hello, dear darling. How are you? My question is this. I appreciate what you're doing. You know, I follow you quite well, and I appreciate what you're doing with what you're trying to achieve. But here's my thing. How do we, as the people of the diaspora, make a difference or make an impact in order to be valued for more than what we do? Because Jamaica can't survive without the people, the diasporas. They can't. We are the funding, we're the funds of Jamaica. We are always sending money to our auntie, our granny, or we keep coming in and we spend and we're investing, but we're not valued to the government in a way that we should be able to vote, that our vote should make a difference.
Yes. Well,
so how do we...
The truth of the matter is that it is very possible for members of the diaspora to vote, and I tell you why. There are some that says Jamaican law does not allow for it. That's not true. When a prime minister announces the holding of elections, a couple of things happens. The candidates are nominated, and then prior to the actual poll of the full voters list, you have a set of votes that are pulled onto a different list called the EDW list. That's the Election Day Workers list. Similarly, members of the diaspora could register at the closest consulate in the US, Canada, or the United Kingdom and cast their ballots there. Just as what happens on election day, workers or also the police and the military vote on that day. If a police officer lives in Lime Tree Grove, for example, and casts his vote at the Twickenham Park Training School, that vote is sent to the electoral office. The electoral office removes the ballots from that box, and there is a box in each of the 63 constituency for a polling division where the votes from the police, the soldiers, and the election day workers will be added to that box. So the ballot counts for the constituency from which the individual voted. A very similar design can be done for the good men and women of the diaspora. And I want to apologize, Ms. Sinclair. I should have answered your question by starting this way, that when I was going to St. George's College, when I was doing my first degree at the University of the West Indies, it would be either Auntie Paulette, Auntie Rita, or Uncle Cecil. What we did was farm out the book lists, and each of the names I called would take a section of the book list and either purchase the books there and then send it, or send the money so the books can be purchased. So I am a product of the benevolence of members of the Jamaica diaspora. I have seen what the Indian diaspora has done for the Indian state. I've seen what the Israeli diaspora has done for the Israeli state. I've seen what the Italian diaspora has done for the Italian state. And sometimes I wonder if it's because our country never started an I, why it has not quite worked out the way it's supposed to work out. But one of the best examples of the way the diaspora can help us is through what I call intellectual remittance. We know how the financial remittances work. But look at, for example, the greatest area of challenge that will face Jamaica is environment and climate change. I'm an environmental scientist, and my particular area is sustainable energy and climate change. When I travel overseas for conferences, I'm always welcomed by members of the Jamaican diaspora who pursue studies and have businesses and have patented innovations in those areas. So it's not a matter of if. There are ways in which we can benefit from that intellectual remittance. The problem has been that, for one, previously the structure was not there for that innovative exchange. The structures are now there. This administration, however, cannot control members of the diaspora, so they avoid the integration. The People's National Party administration, headed by Mark Golding, will celebrate that integration and cause it to happen. And that is why, again, this month, Mr. Golding will be on a diaspora tour, and I believe he'll be in the tri-state area.
You mean Florida?
In Florida the last time. So I can send you the itinerary.
Please do.
It's shared with me, right? You have to have the will. You have to have the intention. But for you to either have the intention or the will, you must have the vision. That is why our national anthem, which is a prayer, celebrates the concept. Give us vision, lest we perish. And if we retain this visionless administration, perish we shall.
Head boy, are you there?
I'm here with you, Jeffrey.
Yes, we have. So Raymond Price is on. You can ask a question to him now.
Hi, good evening to you, brother Raymond.
Good evening, sir, Jeffrey.
I wish you the best in your new challenge in East Central St. Catherine.
Thank you.
My quick question to you: I know of your history.
Yeah, hold on here for me. Raymond, you know who you're talking to, but you have a different name. You know, I'm showing face. Anyway, go ahead.
I know your history in Northeast St. Elizabeth.
Yes.
And how you transformed that constituency in your very first term. Your footprints is left there. My question to you, in 2015, the USAID through Comet 2 broke ground with former Member of Parliament Arnaldo Brown for a community center and other things there in Gregory Park. What is the
Yes.
state of that facility as we speak now?
It's become a veritable wasteland. It has been the program has been discontinued, like so many of the programs that were commenced by Arnaldo Brown. That program has been discontinued. The chain link fence is rotted now and falling over after burial, and the gates are chained shut. I think the only thing that can confirm that that project existed is the sign that is still on the building. And then at one point, there were allegations that a section of it was being used for an illegal petrol facility, which rumors circulated were connected to, well, locally, citizens believe they know whose activity it was. But short answer to your question is going back to the national anthem. Give us vision lest we perish. Arnaldo Brown did have the vision, and that vision also saw netball courts and multi-purpose courts being built across the constituency. His replacement, the soon to depart incumbent member of parliament, being visionless, has decided that he would have put a lock on it, and it has remained locked, like has been the case with the real potential of the youth of East Central St. Catherine. That potential has been locked, and part of the purpose of my campaign is to unlock that potential so that never again will members of East Central St. Catherine have to wonder why development is happening in Fitzjackson's constituency, why development is happening in Denise Daly's constituency, why development is happening in Natalie Nita Garvey's constituency, which are also St. Catherine constituencies, but their dreams and aspirations remain locked in East Central St. Catherine.
Okay, Sir Pastor Richie?
Yeah, thank you, Sir Jeffrey, for the invite. Good evening, Ms. Sinclair, Ed Boy, big up yourself. And also Raymond Price, Dr. Price, my comrade brother, God bless you. Thanks for having us. I have two questions. I'm going to try to make them in 30 seconds. The first question is based upon what you just shared as it relates to those of us who live in the diaspora getting an opportunity in the electoral process. How is that based upon what you just said, is that a conflict with the current constitution? Because according to the rules, you have to live in Jamaica, have a permanent address in Jamaica. If I remember, I think it's 6 months before you can vote. You have to be numerated. So are you saying that there will be provisions moving forward to accommodate those of us who live in the diaspora, where like the United States, you can do mail-in vote if you're in another country when there's an election in America? Number two, as it relates to them redrawing the boundary, land grabbing to steal the local government, generally local government election for Dooley, mayor of Portmore and St. Catherine. Do you anticipate that this scheme, another scheme, because this corrupt government is involved in so many Ponzi schemes, I don't have time to highlight them, but this is a scheme to overthrow the will of the people, and the people voices spoke powerfully on February 26th last year. Do you anticipate this going into the courts, the Supreme Court, which is the, because the Constitution is the supreme law of the land in Jamaica, and what they're doing is going even against the Constitution.
Yes. I to answer the second question first, yes, it is a scheme. It's a undemocratic scheme. It shows that the administration is actually anti-democratic, and a lot of their activities have actually weakened Jamaica's democracy. Jamaica first put its foot on the road of democracy in 1944, being the first country in this side of the world to have universal adult suffrage, where men and women, once they attained the age of 21, could vote. In the 70s, that was reduced from 21 to 18. Our second step on the road to democracy was political independence in 1962. And our third step on the road to democracy was in the late 1970s with the establishment of what was called the Electoral Advisory Commission. That was an agreement with the then leaders of the country, Michael Manley, primarily from the PNP, and Edward Seaga, primarily from the Jamaica Labour Party. And the agreement between the two leaders was to remove the administration of our elections out of the two political parties by establishing a team of mostly independent professionals with reputations that are inscrutable. Former judges in many instances, retired judges rather, have been a part of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica. But it also became, when it became the Electoral Commission of Jamaica, which is the fourth step on the road to democracy, the remarkable model was you have the independent members of the commission, and then you have two representatives from both political parties. A fifth step to democracy was taken, where a decision was made not only focus on the People's National Party and the Jamaica Labour Party, but if any other political party was formed and reached a minimum percentage of the constitution in a national poll, not in a national election. So if, for example, a third party, let's call it ABC, if in a national poll by a reputable pollster, a party called ABC would reach a threshold, they could then also appoint members to the Electoral Commission of Jamaica in a formula that will ensure that the majority membership would always be independent professionals. This scheme, I love your word, that the Holness administration has concocted in one fell swoop diminishes, makes into eunuchs, invalidates the Electoral Commission of Jamaica, because by foisting this bill through the lower house, you are actually predetermining and trying to force the hand of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica. And it is interesting that not only has the former Director of Elections, Orek Fisher, spoken about it publicly, but the incumbent Director of Election, Glassball Brown, has also said that this is ultra vires, right? You mentioned the mayor of Portmore. Let me tell you how insincere Andrew Holness is. And yes, I said it, he's insincere.
I agree.
Last year, this time, today is the 17th of February. A year ago, Andrew Holness was campaigning. What was the GLP candidate called again? Markland Edwards. Andrew Holness was campaigning through Portmore with a man named Markland Edwards. And he was basically saying, this is the man that I want you to vote in as mayor. 20,000 residents of Portmore participated in the mayoral ballot. And Leon Thomas beat him street and lane. Yeah. And Andrew Holness is upset that the people of Portmore are as independent-minded as they are, rejected his candidate, and therefore rejected him.
Right.
And therefore, he has sat down and come up with this scheme, concocted with himself and Everett Warmington, because Warmington let the puss out of the bag long.
Yeah, absolutely.
So all the gymnastics and the fancy words that you hear the poor JLP and pouring intellect, I mean, spewing and saying this is what it means and this is what it means. It's all because the people of Portmore told Andrew Brogard Holness, we don't want Markland Edwards, a Leon Thomas with a keep. And he is incapable of respecting the will of independent-minded voters. So he has come up with this scheme that invalidates the ballot. No, I want the members of the diaspora, whether you support the PNP or the JLP, you understand Jamaica's long journey to democracy. Never before in the history of this country has a government equated its party headquarters mission with the mission of the parliament, a transgression against the constitution and a transgression against the ballot. The countries that we love to love, whether it's from the JLP or the PNP, when a Jamaican prime minister departs from Norman Manley International and either land at JFK or land at Heathrow or land at Pearson in Toronto or land at Reagan International in Washington, when they exit that flight, people say, there goes the Prime Minister of Jamaica. And we are now made scoundrels in the League of Democratic Nations because Brogard don't like the fact that Portmore people reject Markland Edwards and hold on to Leon Thomas. And I put it no more softly than that. And if my remarks came across harsh, well, harsh was the struggle our forefathers fought on the slavery plantation to bring us to this point, and we will not allow Andrew Holness and his bag of poverty-stricken intellects to remove the democratic tradition that generations of Jamaicans on both sides of the political aisle have fought for up until now. You mentioned the Supreme Court, there indeed it shall go.
Yes.
Mr. Raymond Price.
Yes, sir.
Man who don't mince words. Raymond, the question me want to ask you now in a plain Jamaican patois. Is Jamaica leading to a dictatorship?
Well,
under this administration, based on what we see going on, he want to move this and want to move that because Mrs. Warmington said it, you know. I don't call him Mr. Warmington, it's Mrs. Warmington I call him. He said it, with all due respect, that they're going to move this, they're going to move that. And then you hear Desmond McKenzie saying something totally different.
Yeah, well, the thing about it too, they've also said that Portmore gets more out of the bill to become a parliament. And let us talk about the get more. My opponent, and I rarely ever quote him, but my opponent claims that the benefit of becoming a parish is that Portmore residents will have more access to and control over the taxes collected in Portmore.
Such nonsense.
Taxes are paid to the municipal corporation primarily through building fees and entertainment permits and land taxes. Humans pay those permits, fees, and taxes. They have removed Lime Tree Grove. They are proposing to remove Lime Tree Grove, Lake Spen, Quarry Hill, and Lilliput, where people live, where people apply for building permits, where people add on to their homes and pay for the drawings to be done and to be registered at the parish council, earning the municipal corporation revenue. So when you cut off those areas where communities have taxpayers, hear what them say them adding in. Goat Island.
But nobody even Goat Island.
Goat Island.
That's stupidness.
They're also adding in the Hellshire Hills. Well, the Hellshire Hills were always a part of St. Catherine's. I don't know how it's now being added. The Hellshire Hills are a protected reserve for the Jamaican iguana and other indigenous flora and fauna. Take it from me as an environmental scientist. Unless this administration plans to assault the Hellshire Hills the way they are assaulting the the cockpit country, and therefore will earn license for mining fees to the municipal corporation. And if that's what they're doing, I'm declaring it now so that the residents of Portmore can contemplate whether the largest undisturbed green space proximate to where we live will be developed. Let me smoke them out to speak about that. But let's go back to Goat Island. Goat Island is also a no-build environment. I've never seen lizards and frogs and birds and trees pay taxes. So instead of gaining anything, the Portmore Municipal Corporation will lose revenue. That's one. Two, houses can't be built in the sky. So anybody that has a land title from Portmore, on that land title will be their address, the boundaries of the land, and it will say St. Catherine Parish. To change that from saying St. Catherine Parish to St. Portmore Parish is a fee which will be a percentage of the value of the property. Why are you going to then create what is basically a Portmore tax and then claim that you love the people of Portmore? And God forbid, where is the hospital? You're talking about prioritizing Portmore. And in the Joint Select Committee, the then Permanent Secretary for the Ministry of Health, Stan Bryan, said that there is an international standard that says a community is properly served if a hospital is within a 100-mile radius.
Yeah.
So we can go to either Spanish Town Hospital to the west or Kingston Public Hospital to the east. In Kingston, they can go to St. Joseph, they can go to KPH, they can go to the University Hospital of the West Indies, they can go to Medical Associates. So now you so love Portmore that you cannot give us a hospital, but we must join the line behind the Kingstonians and just whisper and say, hey, me big and braggadocious, me live in one parish of my own, but me I come borrow your hospital. Beg you oblige. It doesn't stand to reason. The litmus test has been failed. And the ultimate litmus test, if the administration was being moralistic and believed in the concept of Portmore as a parish, they would not have fielded a candidate in the mayoral election. Because this bill that they have come with, if it is passed, if the Governor General signs it, Leon Thomas, the people's mayor, would have been fired by a scheme, as you call it, because Brogard must have his vengeance against democracy, because democracy rejected his candidate and chose the people's candidate.
But Raymond, I'm going to have Headboy and then Miss Sinclair come on in. But Raymond, wouldn't that be a breach of the Constitution if they do something like that?
It would. It would be new territory. And then the areas that are to be cut out of Portmore are areas that vote predominantly for the PNP. As Warmington said, to create a strong role for the JLP in Portmore. Follow me now. You're removing an area that will no longer be a part of Portmore. So it will be in St. Catherine. We don't know where in St. Catherine it will be. But if it goes to Babsy Grange's constituency or Andrew Wheatley's constituency, it wouldn't change the electoral result. If it goes to Denise Daly's constituency, it wouldn't change the electoral result. So the plan is to secure an electoral result that they think they will find favorable, but they're gonna lose either way. What is to stop this administration or any other administration? Let's go north in St. Catherine. Let's say they want Northwest St. Catherine, Jack Stevenson, then Bobby Pickersgill, then Hugh Graham, and the candidate now is Damian Crawford. Let's say the JLP decide, we're gonna secure a result we want in Northwest St. Catherine. What's to stop them to cut off Loidersville and put it in Southeast St. Anne? Or cut off part of Loidersville and put it with Kellits in Clarendon? What is to stop them from bringing cheese fields from Northeast St. Catherine into Northwest St. Catherine? And what is to stop them from taking a piece of West Central St. Catherine into Northwestern St. Catherine to secure the political outcome they want? Governments in the countries we love to love, including our own, are chosen through the democratic will of the people registered with our ballots. And this retroactive attempt by a despotic administration to invalidate the ballots, even if we in Portmore are silent, even if we on the island of Jamaica are silent, this is one time when the diaspora should not be silent, because you within your churches, within your communities, and within your workplaces are measured not as Americans only and not as Black Americans only. You're measured with pride as being Jamaicans. If you work, Miss Sinclair, beside somebody who was from Rwanda while Rwanda was going through its genocide, you go pre them. Why should Jamaican diasporans be, why should people say, Lord of mercy, they're from the country where if the prime minister don't like it, oh, but then again, Trump and the redistricting, maybe that's where he got the scheme from. I don't know.
You took it out of my mouth,
So let me
you took it out of my mouth. You took it out of my mouth, because I was gonna say to you, how do you compare him to the lovely orange gentleman that we have here?
Boy, the only thing about that gentleman that I consider lovely is because I wear orange a lot. But he's a character and a half, and I think historians are jumping over themselves with their fingers on their keyboards trying to document what is happening, because it's not even been 100 days and already we have the Gulf of America.
Indeed. Head boy, are you there with us?
And a whole heap of lawsuit too.
And a whole heap of lawsuits to go with it.
Yeah. Head boy, you have something for Mr. Price, because I wanted to play a video. Well, not a video, an audio of the former director of election, but I know Raymond have to go at 8:30. Exactly 8:30 has to leave here because he has another program to go on to. I don't know if we're gonna have any time to play it, but head boy, go ahead.
Right. So can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Right. I'm saying, Mr. Price, in relation to the discussions we heard today from the former director of elections, in my estimation, it is clear, because boundaries, and this is not, Jamaica is not the only country that is going through the issues of boundary changes across the region. And political parties are somehow, some way using this boundary changes for their political advantage. But there's a time span that the Constitution allows for boundary adjustments. Today we heard the Director of Elections said that the last boundary adjustment was made in 2022, and it should occur every 4 to 5 years.
Yes.
And in fact, it should be a national boundary change that really needs to happen if you're going to do any boundary changes.
Yes.
How prepared is, from your point of view, from being in East Central St. Catherine, is the PNP with taking this to the highest court?
All right. Just to say, if it was a regular adjustment of constituency boundaries, so the Constitution speaks to a couple of things. There is a minimum threshold that if enumeration numbers and persons on the voters list fall below that threshold, which has never happened, a constituency ceases to exist. And there is a maximum threshold that if it goes above that, then they will do some adjustments. So in the lead up to the 2020 elections, there were some adjustments between South Trelawney and North Trelawney, so that none of the thresholds would have been breached, either at the lower or the upper limit. In 2011, and let us talk about the class of leadership that the JLP has now versus then. In 2009, then Prime Minister from the JLP, Bruce Golding, started the process on the advice of the Electoral Commission of Jamaica to create 3 new constituencies. Jamaica then had 60, we now have 63. East Central St. Catherine is listed at the Electoral Office of Jamaica as the 63rd constituency. What Bruce Golding did in the 2009 to 2011 period was to allow the Electoral Commission of Jamaica to do the boundary measurements, to do the assessments, to determine which PDs from which constituencies would contribute to the 3 new constituencies, being East Central St. Catherine, South Central St. Catherine, and Central St. James. Bruce Golding, a boss. Bruce Golding is an intellect. Many things have been said about Bruce Golding, but nobody has ever called him an idiot. Well, we see what is happening today from that same party. So the issue is not the fact that the Constitution allows for realignments to be done. And what this administration has done, because they know that they are trampling on the Constitution, they dusted off a piece of colonialism, the 1867 Act of Parish and the Parish and Counties Act of 1867. What happened that led to that being called, that act being passed in the Legislative Council? Let me jog your memory for about 2 minutes, please.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
In 1865, a group of Jamaicans said, 30 years have passed since slavery was abolished, and we still live like slaves out here so in St. Thomas. So a couple of them decided to walk from Stony Gut to Spanish Town, which was then the capital, and went on the steps of King's House, not as a rebellion initially, but as a group of advocates to appeal to the conscience of the governor, to visit with them in St. Thomas, to see for himself that they were being treated just as slaves were treated. The governor, a bro god, decided, how dare you come and knock on my door and come on my steps? So 2 things came out of that process. 3 things. The British Crown instituted what is known as Crown Colony Rule, a special, severe form of crackdown practiced in the British Empire in only 1 country, the country of Jamaica. The second thing that happened, the establishment of the Jamaica Constabulary Force with the mandate to go to St. Thomas and discipline the haughty black people that think say them can decide how they should be treated. And the third thing that happened, the landowners met at King's House and says, so that there shall never be another Moran Bay rebellion, we're going to divide up the place. So we had a parish called St. Dorothy's, which is now basically Old Harbour. We had a parish called St. Michael's, and we had some other parishes. And the smaller landowners were made to collapse their estates with the larger estates. So most of St. James is what was the Rose Hall estate, right? So this government in 2025, when they're talking about republic, when they're talking about saying bye-bye to the king, go back to the king, his mother, grandfather, great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather, great-great-great-grandfather, great-great-great-great-grandmother Victoria. He dusted off, Andrew Holness dusted off Queen Victoria's legislation from 1867 and come drop it perhaps in a 2025 on the people of Portmore. How scheming do you have to be to delve that far back in our past? To go to King Charles' grandmother 5 times removed, to come say, oh, I'm making history because this is the first time a parish is being made since 1867. He should be ashamed of referencing that piece of legislation. but it's the only legislation he could reference to try and hoodwink the people that he was not breaking the Constitution. So we now will rely on the Supreme Court that has the supreme authority to interpret the law.
I have Conrad in line. I want to ask you a question, Raymond.
Yes.
Conrad? Hold on to me. I don't know what's going on here. Hold on to me. Hold on to me.
In the meantime, Dr. Price, Portmore does not have a hospital.
It's not yet. I suspended my PhD studies a couple cycles ago. I'm not a doctor by either in terms of a doctor of philosophy or otherwise.
Okay, hold on for me now. Conrad. I don't know what's going on here. Go ahead for me now, Conrad.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you now. Hold on. I don't know what's going on. Anyway. Go ahead for me now, Conrad.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, Raymond is on?
Yes, he's on. He's hearing you.
Hi, Raymond. How are you doing?
Good evening, Conrad.
How are you, man? How are you, sir? Good?
Not too bad, thank you.
Good, good. Boy, I'm hearing good things. I was hearing some not so good thing at one point, but I must tell you, within the last few weeks or so, I've been hearing some good thing. Over there is in what's called West. What's the name of the constituency?
East Central.
East Central.
East Central.
East Central, St. Catherine. I gather that the numbers looking really, really favorable in your direction, Raymond. Are you prepared to comment on that?
Well, I never. There's an expression that says, "Don't hit a gift horse in the mouth." So, if your sources have confirmed that, then I believe your sources are capturing what we are feeling on the ground as well.
Indeed. Raymond, it's instructive also that I had the former director of election, Mr. Oret Fisher, and Straight Up, of which you're also a host on, and indeed, Mr. Fisher revealed a number of things there, and certainly he gave some personal perspective as a resident of Portmore, and he mentioned that the consultation was certainly lacking. As a matter of fact, he said he wasn't even invited to any consultation at all. What are you picking up from residents in your own constituency and by extension the wider Portmore, Raymond Price?
Well, I can tell you a couple of things, Conrad. Last week, Sunday, there was a Citizens Association meeting at which the Member of Parliament was present. And not one person spoke in support of Portmore becoming a parish. Yet, 72 hours later, the Member of Parliament was in Parliament saying that he was at the Citizens Association meeting, which was the only truth he told, and claimed that people were clamoring for the parish status. That's a cap. That's a lie. Tomorrow, in the evening at 6 p.m. at the Municipal Corporation will be a stakeholders consultation. This is not the first one that has been hosted by the Mayor Leon Thomas. I attended one in January 2023, which was also attended by JLP MP Andrew Wheatley. And based on the remarks of the citizen leaders, the civic leaders that were there, Wheatley came on the very straight up, Conrad, and on a morning I was hosting, and adjusted his remarks based on what had been said at the town hall meeting. However, it's interesting that the actual bill that went before Parliament did not reflect those adjustments. So the fact of the matter is, all across Portmore, people are accustomed to three concepts that make Portmore Portmore. Number one, for the last 22 years, from 2003, by the way, gentle people, I'm in office and some of my colleagues are here with me. So from time to time, I look across, someone is assisting me with the research.
Yes, no problem.
The local government election for the first directly elected mayor was 2003, right? And George Lee won. So for 22 years, Portmore residents have been proudly, them are brave. We have a directly elected mayor. That's the fabric of Portmore. And it has worked to the point where George Lee ran and won. George Lee ran and lost to JLP Keith Hines. Keith Hines ran and lost to Leon Thomas. And then Marklon Edwards from the JLP ran and lost to Leon Thomas. So Portmore is mature, and we have transitioned between a mayor from the PNP and a mayor from the JLP without any interruptions or disruptions, right? So Portmore residents of both sides of the political aisle are embarrassed. Well, the ones from the JLP are embarrassed that this is their prime minister that is doing this. And the others who don't support vocally either the PNP or the JLP are asking themselves, why must I now pay to change my title? I never asked for this. I wasn't consulted. So the meeting tomorrow, Conrad, will give another opportunity for persons to, on the record, express their views on it. Interestingly, Orek Fisher on your program spoke about consultation. Remember that in the Joint Select Committee process, the consultation that they spoke about was a Zoom meeting that had 28 people on the Zoom, and you could not comment. 28 people. 28 people. If you lick your chest and say 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 people, you are changing.
But hold on for me, Raymond. 28 people. What's the population of Portmore?
The population of Portmore going on the, well, let me not go from the voters list, because we in politics tend to reduce a constituency to the names that are on the list. You can't have people under 18 on the list. So that you're cutting out now the very DNA of your country's future if you don't count persons who are 18 and under. And then you have some people, the Jehovah's Witnesses, for example, who are citizens and are very involved in civic activities, but who will not be found on a voters list. So the population of Portmore is well over 500,000, and 28 of us took a decision.
We keep on. You're indeed correct. It's over 500,000. And if I may, Raymond, and just to disclose here, because I still acquainted with that address because it's a permanent address for my sister. She's not living there; she's in the state. But right in Nelva Muse there, Raymond, there's a house there that belongs to my sister. So my first vote as in a general election was for Fitz Jackson. When I was living at that address. So I know the lay of the land very well because Southborough is a part of your constituency. Am I correct?
My canvassing team from Southborough is at the office now. And by the way, even though I don't know why I did that back-to-back up to 8:30 to then join another one at 8:30 because my Southborough canvassing team is here and they include very powerful personalities. But yes, that address is a part of Southborough and Southborough is a part of East Central St. Catherine.
Do you have any
No,
idea?
Jeffrey,
Go ahead.
sorry, okay.
No, go ahead.
Sorry. Jeffrey, I made mention of that, Raymond, to just cement the point that you made as it relates to late former mayor George Lee, who was the then president for the Joint Citizens Association, and hence he got the name Mr. Portmore, and it was quite fitting that he served as the first direct elected mayor in Jamaica, which basically was ushered in Portmore based on that cultivation, that creation by a PNP administration led by Percival Noel James Patterson. And I can vouch for that there was just widespread consultation across the length and breadth of Portmore. And indeed, I am not afraid. I am not afraid for persons accuse me, because whenever you speak the truth that some people don't like, they jump out and accuse you of being partisan and so on. But that's fine. But indeed, we must stand up and we must draw a line in the sand, and we must repudiate and repel backwardness. And I dare say that what we're seeing here, that is being forced on the Portmore people by Prime Minister and Jamaica Roddenberry Holness, it is indeed a backward step. And what it has as its DNA is also gerrymandering when you dig deep down into it, Raymond.
Yes. It's gerrymandering of an even more sinister creation, because the lengths to which they have gone to mask this gerrymandering move, when Warmington had already made it plain from 2023 that this is what they were doing and this is why they were doing, it has caused a lot of heads to spin as to really and truly what is going on. And it's funny you're talking about Southborough, and we have a pastor on the panel, and you mentioned George Lee. Also happening in Southborough now, the JLP councillor awarded the seat in a magisterial recount because the judge rejected ballots that she said did not make a perfect X, because an X by definition crosses two lines at the center, with each point being equidistant from the next one, the learned judge said. And therefore, some ballots were adjudicated as a Y, some as a V. And
you and I know, Raymond, that even persons who propose to be excellent at penmanship would find it quite difficult to make that perfect X that you just described. Am I correct?
My mother famously said that if common entrance wasn't shaded, I wouldn't reach George's all no, because a lot of people are unable to appreciate my handwriting. But there is a park in Southborough where George Lee, I am told by the first residents of Southborough, when they said they came here and it was a dust bowl and a savanna, a grassland, and they went to George Lee. What was the name of the council you had said to me? Webster. Dennis Webster. And they sat down, and George Lee went to Hope Garden and purchased some trees. And those trees are now 15, 20 feet tall with canopies that umbrella the entire community. Mm-hmm. And the councillor went and had them bulldozed and had the park benches built by George Lee over 30, 40 years ago, bulldozed, because they are building a wall on land, which is Sunday Gleaner confirmed they have no authority to be building on. The municipal corporation, as per the Sunday Gleaner, did not approve any such wall, and therefore issued a stop order. And now there are all sorts of rumors abound. But I worshiped with that congregation on Sunday, Pastor. And as a member of the Anglican community, I said, I'm not from the Pentecostal denomination, but I know enough about the power of God, his omnipotence and his omniscience, that once somebody somewhere, as he said in the Bible, where 3 or more are gathered, so too am I. If it's one thing Jamaica does not need now, is anybody connected to an administration that is willing to bulldoze a church that has served a community for almost 3 decades. Weddings, funerals, graduations, baptisms, you name it.
You know,
they've assisted with care for the elderly. They have assisted with care packages. They have been a refuge and a respite when there are incidents of violence and disruptions. And this and that individual has sent a crew to bulldoze the park. Conrad, if you, as you are familiar with the location and you drive there tomorrow and you see the canopy trees that are lying on the ground, you're building a monstrosity of concrete.
I will drive there.
Over by Portmore, calling it the Climate Resilience Park. And here is a natural park with canopy trees doing a function almost 3 to 4 decades now. And in one day of anger and desperation and disrespect for protocol and procedure. And then I am told one of the wrecking crew had the temerity to say that last week Tuesday, Leon Thomas' office was cancelled, so him can't tell them what to do.
Oh.
Because
they, what is going on? Is it that this went in the Parliament of Jamaica that they were a member of quote unquote and well known gang that was basically selling illegal land and actually went in and bulldozed people home? Is it that he is taking that sort of cure, man?
So they bulldoze the homes, then now they cut off the community, and now they're bulldozing trees. Listen, and it's funny that mayor, that candidate for mayor, Marklon Edwards, he went to nomination day in the bucket of a bulldozer. Now my literature teachers would call that foreshadowing.
Raymond, I know you don't have a lot of time here with us. Conrad, thank you for calling in. I have to go back. I have about 3 more. I have 3 guesses.
Raymond, I want to wish you all the best. Keep on doing what you're doing, and I'm very much impressed. You're doing the heavy lifting, as I understand it, and certainly it shows you're there with your canvassers. And indeed, we are watching this one. I'm expecting to do some more on the ground in the constituency to really and truly feel the lay of the land even more.
Thank you very much, Conrad O'Brien.
Okay. All the best. Bye-bye. Take care. Right. God bless you.
God bless you too. That's Conrad O'Brien from Newstalk 93 FM on the phone here with us, asking some question to Jamaica's future Minister of Lands and Survey. It won't be in the office of the Prime Minister, you know. Raymond will have that portfolio and other portfolios. It won't be in the office of the Prime Minister at all, because he has almost about what? 4011 office in his office, you know.
4011. Sir, let me just say that the naming of a cabinet is the prerogative of the Prime Minister.
But I'm talking to Bean.
Which I won't go against. Prophetic word is a powerful word, but right now, for the PNP to have a Prime Minister in Margolin to name a cabinet, we need 32 seats minimum, and I'm working to ensure that this seat is in the tally of that 32. Thereafter, if it is his will, then we will pick up the rest of that conversation at that time.
Head boy, come on back inside here now. As we're talking about the Portmore area, Portmore and so forth, with Sir Raymond Price. Go ahead and ask Sir Raymond the other questions that you have there to ask him.
No, my other view would just be asking Raymond this, because one of the things that's very important about East Central St. Catherine, it's a very young constituency. And to be honest, what has surprised me about the Prime Minister's approach to East Central St. Catherine Why isn't he doing the very same in the seat that Mr. Wheatley occupies, which is I forget the correct name for the constituency.
South Central St. Catherine.
South Central St. Catherine, which includes Olmsted, right? Which if you run in Olmsted and get 1,000 votes as a PNP candidate, that's a lot.
And I think the last PNP candidate that won that votes in that era was Jennifer Edwards.
Absolutely.
In the early 1990s.
And the same in the seat that the speaker now, the deputy speaker now occupies.
Central St. James.
Central St. James. If you realize the cut of how the cut was done in 2000 and the eve in 2011, between 2007 2008, the only seat, and the JLP knows this, the only seat that they possibly have a chance of not winning would be East.
One moment for me, head boy. One moment. Sorry, one moment. Good night, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good night, Mr.
Yes, I'm not really taking any calls right now, but go ahead.
Yes, I have a few questions for Mr. Price. It's regarding these boundary changes. Mr. Price, question. This boundary and parish change that the Prime Minister is trying to implement, don't you think it's opened the door for frauds and stealing of people's property, and also have their title be forged and change? People could take it, go ahead and take out loans in their name and all that kind of thing?
Well, it does come with many complications. You are correct about the changing of the names on the, just as if you had a birth certificate and you'd have to pay for a deed poll. You'd have to change the title if the land is being sold, if the land is connected to a will, if the land is being administered either through estate administration or otherwise. Then you would have to do those changes at your personal expense. Because even if the government announces that they're going to pay it on behalf of a resident, that when a resident is going out to sell the land or do a transaction with the land, the government will at that point update it free of cost. That cost will be borne by taxpayers. And that by then, I don't know why you'd want to burden the other residents of the other 14 parishes to deal with a matter in a 15th parish of your own creation without consultation. That's one thing. It's interesting that you mentioned that, because there are parcels of lands in Lake Spen that were leased for 50 years by the People's National Party's administration. Michael Manley was then the Prime Minister. Now, if you can imagine what happens in a family over 50 years, the land might have been leased to Miss Miri, and it's now Miss Miri's grandson that lives on the land, because Miss Miri has died and has since been buried. And interestingly, a lot of those persons have received letters. Our information, which I won't disclose because the research is incomplete, is that it's somebody connected to the government that is trying to purchase the land. Would it be easier for them to do it if that section is in St. Catherine and they have a JLP mayor? Yes. So there is a land grab happening.
All right, caller.
One more question. So, during the process of this is happening and people doesn't get their title changed, that means their property will be in no man's land. Am I right?
Well, you know, that's a brand new area, because what happened in 1867 was that the smaller estate owners were compensated an additional level of the compensation they had received when slavery was abolished. So all of what this administration has opened, you'd have to go back to Queen Victoria days to see what went on there. And at that time, Black people couldn't own land, couldn't vote, wasn't on the tax roll, and were still being treated as peasant chattel. So, I mean, when he first became Prime Minister, everybody was saying, oh, this is the first post-independence prime minister, but a post-independence by birth, but pre-colonial by habit.
Okay, Mr. Tavares.
Yes, ma'am.
I see you try to give Mr. Price a place or a position. I wish from your mouth to God is. All right.
All right, my friend.
Thank you very much. Keep on Mr. Tavares.
Thank you. I'm not going to take any more calls. I want head boy to ask his question, and then what we're going to do is go around the table here. And for the couple more minutes we have leave, I want Raymond to speak to the Jamaican people, because I want to ask Raymond a question too about the $3 trillion that is unaccountable for. His views on that. And, you know, in any other modern democracy, people have taken to the streets a long time. But of course, Jamaicans are just saying no, because it after them party in a power, them party this and them party that. Ain't thinking about Jamaica. So what I'm gonna do, head boy, ask a question. We're gonna ask Raymond. We're gonna go back to Lady Sinclair, and then we go to Pastor. Go ahead, head boy.
No, I'll use my 1 minute to encourage Sir Raymond Price. Raymond has been somebody I have seen throughout his political career. He has been quite gracious, and Raymond is very encouraging to young people. Having grown up in the People's National Party, I would have benefited from his courtesies and from his kind words. And I wished him the best in East Central St. Catherine. And I asked the people of East Central St. Catherine to retire this sorry and poor excuse we have as somebody who's posing as a member of parliament. Moti Perkins would have called him PhD, physical harassment and destruction to the people of Portmore. And I hope that this time around East Central St. Catherine will make it right, because I know the heart that Raymond has for people and the heart that he has for the constituency in general. And I just encourage people that are here listening, encourage your friends and neighbors. And by the way, March 31st is the final deadline for voter registration. I urge every single person in Jamaica who is serious about getting rid of this administration. We can talk all we want, but if you're not registered to vote and prepared to vote, we're not going to get rid of this administration. So I encourage you, Raymond, and I wish you the best of luck, brother. And I know when the roll is called up, your name will be there. No bell will be wrong, but the trumpet will sound.
Thank you. Thank you very much, head boy.
Miss Sinclair?
I don't have much of a question for him, but I want to say that just listening to him speak, I think he has something powerful for the people, the younger generations, to learn from him. And I think he has the capability to make a big change in the mindset of that age bracket between 30 and 50, you know, that right in that age bracket there, where he can really educate them on a lot of what's going on in Jamaica and educate them on the things that they're missing out on, or the aspects of the things they're missing out on. So Raymond, I must say, great job. Keep it up. And I'm going to keep following you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Miss Sinclair.
But before we go to Pastor, I have a call coming in. I know I have to take this call. Good night, Miss P. How you doing?
Yeah, good night, brother Raymond. You know you personally and you know me personally. Anyway, one question that tied against me. Is it true that America owns both islands?
In the
because we hear rumor can't confirm, but as a historian I'm in the class taking a me follow you a long time, years back from well. But we want to get it clear that Goat Island as America.
Let me answer the question.
I'll read back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very quickly, in the lead up to World War II, Goat Island was one of the outposts in the Caribbean where the British government, which the British government lost a lot of its wealth and its power and its resources fighting the Germans in World War II. And they entered an agreement between Churchill and the US president of the time that there would be outposts in the British Empire that American planes and vessels were allowed to land or dock. Goat Island was one of those areas. It's not owned by the US government. It's entirely and wholly owned by the government of Jamaica. It has recently come up because they are saying that it's going to now officially be a part of Portmore. But there is actually a law in Jamaica that all islands and keys around the main island are under the jurisdiction of the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation. So this is the first time that an island is being linked to any other parish. And by the way, Goat Island cannot be accessed from Portmore. The easiest place to get to Goat Island from is actually Old Harbour. So if they wanted to give it to a parish, it really should be St. Catherine, which would still include Portmore, because Portmore is a part of St. Catherine.
But hold on for me, Mr. Price. At one point, I thought they said that the American government have how much lease on Goat Island?
No, and I can double check, and I will send you the results of that research via email or via WhatsApp.
Yes.
Sir Jeffrey, but it is wholly and entirely owned by the government and people of Jamaica.
Mm-hmm. All right, Pastor, ask the question, or then I can ask you about the 3 trillion that is unaccounted before. Then I'll let you go.
Thank you. Thank you for your service, Comrade Raymond. God bless you, and wish you Godspeed, and no weapon formed against you, and the People's National Party will prosper. Amen. Now, I have a friend, and I know people that live in Portmore. Actually, I stayed in Portmore last year when I was in Jamaica. But many that I talk to are concerned because they've been living there for a while, and they have received land from the People's National Party under what you mentioned with Prime Minister Michael Manley. They are concerned that they might lose the land and the house that they received. So could you speak some kind of words of assurance, affirmation, words of, constellation to give them that assurance that we will challenge this in court and they don't have to worry that they will lose their dwelling for all these years? Thank you.
Well, quickly, the party officials have already made it clear that if this act passes into law, the moment it passes into law, there will be a challenge at the level of the Supreme Court. But until then, it is important that the residents of Portmore, whether you support the Jamaica Labour Party or you support the People's National Party or you support no main party at all, that you use this example to remind yourselves that whether you vote or don't vote, somebody will be elected. And the person that is elected has an awesome amount of power. A scalpel in the hand of a surgeon can perform a cesarean section and save a life, or do brain surgery to save a life. That same tool in the hand of a lunatic could take lives. With our ballots, we have an opportunity to remove lunatics out of Parliament and replace them with people who are believers in God, believers in the importance of democracy, and true and sincere patriots whose only interest is the upliftment of the people of Jamaica and not the theft of the resources of Jamaica.
I want to say thank you, Mr. Price. Raymond, your views on they keep on saying that $3 trillion is not missing. And I keep on asking the question, same way Jeanette Calder from JAM can come out and outline to us XQYZ. Why can't the minister herself come to the Jamaican people along with the Minister of Information and say to us, okay, the Ministry of Health do not send in their paperwork pertaining to this, so that is outstanding and whatever. Mm-hmm. Your views on that, because In any modern democracy, you have $3 trillion of taxpayers money accountable for, and you hear nothing about it.
So the minister doesn't like the word missing, so she prefers to say unaccounted for.
But isn't the same thing?
It's the same thing. If a child does not come home from school, you take up the phone and you say, "My picnic missing." Until and unless the picnic come back, the picnic are missing, the money missing, and God help Favor because she can't help herself.
That's all you're gonna say on that?
That's all I can say on that. The $3 billion remains missing, unaccounted for. Not
3 trillion.
audited. 3 trillion remains missing, unaccounted for, and not audited. And until it is either audited and determined to have been used for the purposes allocated, we have a problem. And by the way, it's part of the reason why the economy is now in recession.
Yes.
Whether it is a technical recession or an actual recession, the world recognizes a definition for a recession. 2 consecutive quarters of contraction equals a recession.
Right.
Are you, as I have Mr. Michael Williams in the background waiting on us, are you prepared now to suggest if the PNP gains state power and you win your seat? Are you prepared to say to the comrade leader, to the Prime Minister, Mark Jefferson Golden, Jamaicans are waiting on you to order a forensic audit into every single government entity in this country before you all go into in the offices?
Julian Robinson has basically started that process already, asking for the release of a forensic audit on the findings from the Stocks and Securities Limited scandal, which, among other people, has seen the the missingness of funds from Usain Bolt's account.
No. I understand that, Mr. Price. But is the People's National Party against state power? Are they prepared to go further to audit into every single entity, including the office of the Prime Minister?
Yes, well, we'd have to start there. Every other ministry is there. So,
indeed.
I mean, you'd have to start there.
On that note, I want to say thanks to Mr. Raymond Price.
Yes, sir.
PNP caretaker for East Central St. Catherine. A young man and a man who don't mince words. Members of the Jamaican Diaspora, they love him, you see? Everywhere you go hear about Raymond's name. Raymond, thank you for coming on, and do not be a stranger now to the Electoral program.
No problem, sir. Thank you, Ms. Sinclair. Thank you, Pastor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, head boy.
All the best. Salute to continue, brother.
Thank you very much.
Continue.
Yes. I want to welcome now one of Jamaica's eldest statesmen in his own right. A man who continued to speak truth to power. The chairman of the National Democratic Movement, Mr. Michael Williams. Sir Michael, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey, and your guests. I'm sorry I came in a little bit late, but I was on the road. Just came in.
I know, man, and I know you have to have a little prep up before you come on, you know?
No, the prep up is just food, man. I don't drink anything more than coconut water nowadays.
I know, because by the way, before we go into all the details of what we come on here to talk about, were you at the 5K run the other morning?
No. 5K is too short for me.
Oh, Lord.
There's too much crowd. There's too much crowd.
I was searching for you, to see if I see you.
No, too much crowd, man. Today I did a 3 miles up Long Mountain.
What?
Yes.
If you don't mind me asking, Sir Williams, you're in your 70s, eh?
Yeah, I'm 79 this year.
Whoa. And you walk up Long Mountain 3 miles and back down?
Yes, man. That's an easy walk.
I want to welcome.
Sometimes I run it too when I'm feeling very good, you know.
I want to welcome Michael Williams here to speak to us about his views on what is going on in Portmore and in the Parliament of Jamaica. Sir Williams, I have with me Miss Sinclair, a member of the Jamaican Diaspora. I have with me Head Boy, a man who don't mince words either, who continue to talk truth to power. And also Pastor Richie, who is a member of the Jamaican Diaspora also. Your views on what is going on in the Parliament pertaining to Portmore?
Well, I have a mixed feeling about it, because from when I was a councillor in Waterford in 1981, and that will tell you how mature I am, right? I wanted Portmore to become a parish. I called for it in the council from that time, 1981, because at that time there was 350 persons living in Portmore, 350,000 at that time. Now it has gone over 500,000, almost going to 6. So that area deserves to be a parish. And the People's National Party also at the time supported parish status. But how it has been done by this JLP government is not right. It's not right. Because they have done some gerrymandering. I agree with the PNP that they have done some gerrymandering. And as far as Old Harbour Bay should not be part of Portmore. I don't know how they get that in there. Right? That is a total gerrymandering. So from that point of view, I agree with the PNP that, but they should not object to it being a parish, but they should object to gerrymandering, because that would get more traction, in my opinion, than they should. And they should call on the Electoral Commission of Jamaica to find out why they allowed the PNP to gerrymander that aspect of the parish.
You mean the JLP?
The JLP, yes. They and get some answers from them, right? Because that is definitely a one-up man thing that the JLP is trying to do.
Okay. I'm gonna ask Head Boy, then I ask let me ask Pastor Richie first, because I keep on putting him last. Pastor Richie, you wanna ask Sir Williams a question pertaining to this?
Yeah. Good evening, or good night, Sir Williams. Thank you for your time. We all want to see Portmore becoming a parish, but right now the infrastructure to become a parish is not there. They don't have a parish court. They don't have a proper market. They don't have a hospital with the proper drainage that when surgeries perform, it can go underneath the ground and not be contaminated in the regular, God forbid, water supply. They don't have really the morgue and the cemetery. They're lacking the basic necessities that a parish, the definition of a parish should have. So, and then the next thing, this is an election year. This is going to defranchise the voters, because you're going to throw people off. What if the election is called by June or May? Many people might not even know where their polling PD is, and so forth. So why not wait till after the election, and then, the new government can now have a referendum to the people and propose building a hospital, building the infrastructure that is needed to be really, quote unquote, recognized as a parish, than rush this thing to save an MP from losing his seat.
Well, let me tell you, the only seat that is affected is South St. Catherine, which is Fitzjackson's seat. And Fitzjackson is strong enough to ward off anything that the PNP in that gerrymandering, right? But as far as the other issues are concerned, it is only when they become a parish and they start to spend their own money, because right now it is the St. Catherine Parish Council that spend Portmore money. And when they become a parish, they will keep all the property taxes that they collect will stay in Portmore. And it is a lot. So they will be able to build out all the things that you mentioned. But Portmore is almost 600,000 people living there, right? It should not be attached to St. Catherine. And that is from 1981, I recognize that. So you must know how long ago that is. When I was a councillor over there, I used to live in Corrine Crescent in Edgewater, right? And so I know what Portmore suffers, and they're suffering a lot because they're attached to St. Catherine. The municipality of Portmore is the PNP manage it, so they will be able to do all the things that are needed to do. They should not object, because they will be running the municipality, and they will collect all the money from property taxes. And let me tell you, it is a lot of property taxes money. The property taxes alone can do, over the next 3 to 5 years, can build out all the things that you just mentioned that needs building out. So it is a win-win for the people of Portmore for them to have their own parish.
Yeah, but redistricting the boundaries is trying to help Terry Long.
It's only one bound, is what I mentioned to you. That can be reassigned, because Old Harbour Bay don't belong in Portmore. That they can get the Electoral Commission to reassign that. The old boundaries that were agreed on for Portmore should remain the Portmore boundaries, because the Electoral Commission of Jamaica signed off on that. And all we have to do is insist that they go back to those old boundaries. But even if they don't, in the short term, the PNP, if they win, they can do it. But it still will still remain the fact that Portmore will have its own parish, will spend its own money. It is a dangerous thing for St. Catherine to be spending Portmore's money. So I believe all of those other issues can be resolved. And that is why I support the principle of the parish, but I don't support the boundary changes. But Fitzjackson is a very strong MP. Fitzjackson is a very, very strong MP. Those couple hundred votes in Old Harbour Bay, they've reached 900. So it's just like a stupid gerrymandering thing that the Jamaica Labour Party has done. They should not have done that.
So what would you foresee as the capital if they're successful?
The capital of Portmore is Portmore. Just like how the capital of Kingston is Kingston.
Kingston is the capital of Jamaica.
No. But there's a Kingston capital, Kingston.
Yes. Portmore capital, Portmore. Just like how New York capital, New York.
Yes.
Right.
Head boy, I want you to come on in now, head boy. Are you there? Head boy?
Yes, I'm here, Jeffrey.
Yes, ma'am. We have Sir Williams here that we can ask the man to talk to us. Yes, go ahead.
I'm looking at some data, Sir Williams, just to because good night to you, sir.
Yes,
my
sir.
view is I'm somewhat agreeing with you, because you're speaking to the practice of the politics. So you're saying if the PNP were to maintain the parish status of Portmore, they would essentially have a parish council that would have a lot of resources to spend, and may even give them that necessary boost in further elections, because it's a council that they would have control. My point of departure on this issue is, whilst I don't disagree, I don't think the PNP disagrees that the question of Portmore being a parish should be put to the people, or that it should occur. What PNP is saying is that there is certain infrastructural development that needs to be done before this can be undertaken. And I think it's essentially because when you say only Fitzjackson is going to be impacted, I beg to differ in one way. Because if you remember that Lakespen and Quarry Hill, those are not in South St. Catherine. Those were cut from South St. Catherine and placed into East Central, so as to build the seat when they were building the seat. Those two are also being proposed to be cut from East Central St. Catherine and put into the seat that Mr. Wheatley represents, which would then give the JLP an unfair advantage in East Central St. Catherine, because you remember it was cut by Bruce Golding. It was cut as only one of the 3 new seats that the PNP had a potential of winning based upon how it was structured. Yes?
Well, my politics is maybe a little bit ancient, but as far as I know, Lakespen is PNP. So that is not giving Weekly any advantage as a GLP member of parliament, right? But
hold on for a minute, Sir Williams. Sir Williams, hold on a minute. But if they change all of that, that will be going to with this area.
But
that's right.
It would not impact the number that Wheatley is going to get. Wheatley in the last election won his constituency by almost 4,000 votes.
Yeah, because he has Homestead.
Exactly. So
yeah, but I agree that the boundaries, they should have allowed the Electoral Commission of Jamaica to deal with the boundaries. And there are representatives of the JLP and the PNP and that Electoral Commission, plus 3 other persons.
But here the challenge is
who can vote against them if they try the gerrymandering thing.
No,
so
and
I
know
agree with that part of it. I agree the entire boundary thing needs to be looked at from the Electoral Commission point of view. I agree with you on that 100%.
Absolutely.
But that does not take away from the fact that Portmore now will have its own money to spend, and don't have to spend money from St. Catherine. And St. Catherine won't get that money and then dole out what they want to dole out to Portmore.
So that means then, I have been saying this on this program for many years, that maybe what they should do, Jamaica has 3 counties, Cornwall, Middlesex, and Surrey.
Yes.
Can't they divide up the counties? Cornwall has its own money, spending, Surrey has its own money, and so forth, apart from central government.
No, that is going to require a lot of other changes. But the parishes already have their own money, mainly from property tax, but other billboards is a big
events
revenue earner,
events permit,
and so forth, right? And if they set up the market that they can set up as Portmore Market, they will earn money from that. And if they set up their hospital, well, the hospital will come under central government, right? But there are other things that they can do. But the most important money is property taxes, right? From
Mr. William,
all of that money stays in parish of Portmore.
where I might not disagree with you, Mr. Williams, in that yes, it will bring revenue to the Portmore Parish Council, it will prop it up. But my issue is from a boundaries point of view in relation to the EOJ. The EOJ has a stipulation in which it can, in a time frame at which it can adjust boundaries. And if you listen the former director of elections today, he alluded to that on a program with Conrad O'Brien where he said that the boundaries cannot be adjusted in an election year.
Well, that I agree with you that the boundaries. But did he say that they signed off on the boundaries that the GLP put forward for Portmore?
No, there was no sign off on the boundaries.
That's just it. That is the point I'm making. We can put that squarely back at the Electoral Commission of Jamaica. That is where it belongs.
Right, but I'm saying at this time, though, we are not to be having that discussion. No, we can have it, but not practice it, because the reason for that is there is an impending election, and any change now to East Central St. Catherine, meaning putting Lakespen, Quarry Hill, and the other place, can in fact impact the outcome. Remember, in 2016, it was only one seat that separated the JLP from the PNP.
I doubt that it will impact the St. Catherine South constituency, that Fitzjackson.
No, it will not, but it will impact East Central St. Catherine, because those areas that is cutting out Lakespen falls in the Portmore Pines division.
Well,
the Portmore Pines is considered as one of the strengths of the PNP in East Central, and Gregory Park is considered the strength of the JLP.
Yes, okay, fair.
If you are going to cut, and I know the area very well, if you're going to cut, you would also need to do some cutting in Gregory Park.
That is why I say it is not too late, because I doubt the election is going to be called before September.
No, I expect it to be an August election. If
All
you
right,
listen to Jones'
August,
speech,
September, fine.
if you listen to Jones' speech, everything
still have
points
enough
to
time.
July.
They still have enough time up to the end of June. The Electoral Commission can still adjust the boundaries for June.
I have with us now Lady Sinclair out of the Jamaican Diaspora. You want to ask Mr. Williams a question pertaining to what is going on in Portmore. Then we're going to switch the conversation to Usain Bolt and ask Mr. Williams his take on everything like that. Go ahead, Miss Williams. Miss Sinclair. I said Miss
Yeah,
Williams.
sorry. I don't have a question, but I do agree that because of the growing size of Portmore, it's reached a stage where it should be considered a parish. What I don't agree with is the timing. I don't think the time is right. I think that we have bigger issues at hand right now that we should be focusing on, and making Portmore a parish at this moment, I don't think is a necessity. I really don't think so.
All right.
And I think majority of the people from Portmore themselves probably don't even understand half of what's the purpose of this.
No. Let me tell you, Portmore is the most educated community in the entire Caribbean.
Yes, we agree with that, Mr. Williams. Hold on, Mr. Williams. We agree with that, But did the government of Jamaica sit with the people of Portmore and say to them, do you want parish status? We can't push things on the people in throat.
Listen, I am a practical man.
And
the government of Jamaica has pushed through this with their majority in Parliament. It is a fait accompli. I agree that I don't like how it was done, but I'm working with the fact that it has been done. Right?
Yeah,
I don't like how it was done.
But
I don't
yes,
like how they adjusted the boundaries, and I believe that boundaries thing can still be addressed if we pinpoint that as a major issue the Electoral Commission of Jamaica can address it by June, the 30th of June.
But Mr. Williams, for far too long, the two political parties, when they want to put somebody, if a Jeffrey Tavares is, they find that Jeffrey Tavares have a couple of dollars in his back pocket, and head boy is down at Western Westmoreland. A head boy broke like a church mouse. They push out head boy and put me down there, and I'm not from down there. For far too long, the two political parties continue pushing things down the Jamaican people's throat. I don't think, hold on for me, Mr. Williams, I do not believe that this government should push parish status down the people's throat of Portmore because they don't want it.
I am just saying to you, my friend, that it pushed down your throat already.
So we must just accept it?
No, what are you going to do?
I mean, what are we going to do? Aren't we the one who put them there, Mr. Williams?
Let us try. You know, God said, there are three things. Grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. We can't change Portmore being a parish again, because that is done. What we can do is change the boundaries, because that is not completed yet. And we can insist, as the good Reverend said, all the things that is needed to be done to make Portmore a flourishing parish. It has the potential to be the best parish in Jamaica. It has the most educated people living in Portmore.
I agree with you. I agree with you until no, Mr. Williams. What they should have done before they do all of this is make sure that Portmore have a fire station, a proper police station, a hospital.
It has a fire station.
Which fire station?
Waterford.
That's all dilapidated building when they had down there with the people in there?
No, that is a fire station that can hold 2 fire trucks.
2 what?
Yes, Waterford.
With the asbestos thing dropped down on the people in there?
The fire station need repair, like myriad of other things.
So don't you think, Mr. Williams, that the Jamaica... Hold on, Mr. Williams. Don't you believe, sir, that the Jamaica Labour Party government should have made sure that all of these things are in place before they start parishes down people in throat?
Yes, I agree.
Why do we, the Jamaican people, have to accept when a government say we must take this?
Because
it's them pay where we pay them.
Because we have a two-party system that has corrupted this country and will not stop at anything. Remember when they 18 and a half years, remember what Pickers girl said? We believe that we, the PNP, must run the country. So anything that we do is good for the country. Right? Pickers girl said that. That is what is acting out now. The GLP and the PNP believe that anything that they do is good for the country. We need that. We need drastic change in this country. I agree. That is why I am where I am. We need drastic change in the country. But we have to have the courage to change the things that we can.
I do not believe, and I will say this publicly, who don't want to hear me talk, come off my platform because I really don't care. For far too long, the two political parties in Jamaica keep on pushing things down people's throat. If you, and I used an example a while ago, if head boy is in Western Westmoreland, working like Mama P, and because they find out that Tavares have money in their back pocket, and head boy don't have the money, they push out head boy and put in Tavares.
Yeah, but they're doing
it must stop.
They're doing that right now. Both JLP and PNP doing
That's
that
what I'm
right
saying.
now.
It must stop.
Right?
But Mr. Williams and Jeffrey, I want to point to a wider point in relation to this issue.
Mm-hmm.
If you look, when Portmore was getting its parish status, and I'm sure Mr. Williams would know, that there was consultations. I mean, sorry, getting its municipality status. There was consultations on it becoming a municipality. Yes, the people of Portmore agreed on some of the ideas of what they wanted to see. They wanted to vote for the direct elected mayor. They wanted to have some sort of autonomy on what occurs in Portmore. Yeah. But as it pertains to now, even from a boundary point of view, where election is concerned, I think if this is taken to the court, the government will be forced to roll back because it affects the issues with boundaries. And when it comes on an election is a constitutional matter and it is a matter which requires some sort of sensitivity. Yes? The
And I agree with you, sir. That is why I'm saying we should call for the Electoral Commission of Jamaica, which is the proper body.
No, you're correct, and I'm agreeing with you as well.
But is the Electoral Commission of Jamaica in the office of the man himself who believe that he's God?
No, it's an independent commission appointed by the Governor General.
So, is the office of is the electoral office in the office of the Prime Minister?
No. It is it is not in the office of anybody.
Hold on there, Mr. Williams.
To Parliament. It reports to Parliament.
Hold on, Mr. Williams. Which office is in the office of the Prime Minister?
I don't know.
All 19.
The electoral office, the Electoral Commission is in the office of the Prime Minister.
No, sir.
Listen to me, Mr. Williams. One of them
is an act of Parliament.
I agree with you, sir. But what I'm saying to you, the electoral officer, one of them, is in the office of the Prime Minister.
No, sir.
You want to Google that now, Mr. Williams?
Maybe every aspect of government.
The EOJ rather. The EOJ is in the office of the Prime Minister.
Electoral Commission of Jamaica.
No,
that's his name. The Electoral Commission of Jamaica. It may fall under the office of the Prime Minister for administrative purposes, but it does not report to them.
It reports to the GG.
To Parliament.
Okay.
Just like how the Indicom.
Exactly. You're correct, Mr. Williams. You're totally correct. I agree with you 160%. Yes.
Mr. Williams, what I'm to you? They liberate their freedom of everything, man. Hold on, Mr. Williams. Hold on. Mr. Williams, hold on a minute. You got frozen a while ago as if they liberate them put in Pegasus fire. Willie, Mr. Williams? The Andrew don't want him to talk at all tonight. Mr. Williams, are you there? Oh Lord. My God, is he dropping into one of those potholes?
I can tell you it's not this time around, it's not Portia hole, it's Andrew's hole.
Mr. Williams, are you there with us? Oh God Almighty. It seems that Mr. Williams is gone.
Yeah. But no, Jeffrey, the point he was making was a point I made the other day to some, and I think I made it to you. I said, yes, it falls under the office of the Prime Minister for administrative purposes. It was there when Portia was Prime Minister as well. But
yes, I keep on telling people that, but they keep on running me down, so nothing goes up.
No, what happened is that the administrative purpose is simple.
He's back. They put him back up. Mr. Williams, I was saying to you, look like Pegasus take you over. Oh, God, he gone again.
Disconnection problem.
See there? Oh, Mr. Williams, welcome back, man. It seems like Andrew don't want to talk tonight.
Well, they're coming back now.
Who coming back, Mr. Williams?
There's only Jeffrey not back yet. Jeffrey. You're back.
Mr. Williams, who coming back? Who took you away a while ago?
Pardon me?
Who took you away a while ago?
I heard we didn't hear the last thing you said.
No, I'm saying to you, it seems as if Andrew is using the Pegasus thing to jam your phone and take you away.
No, it's not me. It's all of you. It's only me and the young guy was still there.
So all of us went. Anyway, head boy was asking you a question. Go ahead, head boy.
Right now, I was saying, Mr. Williams, I agree with you that for administrative purposes, the EOJ would fall under the office of the Prime Minister. It did so when Portia was Prime Minister, but there's no direct control from the OPM in terms of the internal affairs of the EOJ.
Hold on for me, head boy. Sorry to cut in. I want you to repeat it again for me, head boy, because there's some bloggers and social media who do not understand certain things, and they keep on saying it.
I have said it, and I've been saying it over again, that it falls under the OPM up in 2000, when Portia was Prime Minister in 2011, 2012, 2016. EOJ fell under the office, under the OPM, but it was not under the responsibility. It was just merely administrative assistance, support, sourcing employees, whatever. And then their budget just came directly from government. They reported to the Parliament. So it is not a new practice. Where I would be concerned is if now, when in the election I see a close association of the EOJ and the OPM, then I'd be concerned. But I don't really, I've always said our election system, Jeffrey, in Jamaica is really secure, to be honest. For an election to be, for there to be serious theft in elections in Jamaica, it has to be that the indoor agent working for the PNP would have to collude with JLP, or JLP collude with PNP. Some buying out among each other, whichever. And all the poll clerks, presiding officers, it would be. So I have said to people, I have always respected the OJ. There are things that have occurred at the OJ in the past. Remember, before the OJ and elections were disputed in Jamaica. When a bad passed, we didn't trust. Trust did not exist, and I'm sure Mr. Williams could speak to that even more, because the NDM advocated deeply for electoral reforms with Bruce Golding and other men, including DK Duncan as well. Yes. So we have seen that the EOJ has evolved, and it is doing a fairly good job to me. I just think that when you're in a heightened political season, everything that looks a little bit off to people will, alert suspicion. But I would still say there needs to be some attention on the EOJ, and the EOJ needs to ensure that it plays its role in protecting Jamaica's democracy. It's the greatest task they've got. Not even the police on the front line have responsibility like what the EOJ have. They're safeguarding our democracy. Yes.
And but what I don't like, and I want Sir Williams to come on in here. I do not like the idea that the political ombudsman office is in the office of the EOJ.
Well, that I agree with. That it should not be there.
I agree also, but you see, the political ombudsman, as it was structured by the JLP and the PNP, didn't have any power.
True.
Right? So they were paying a staff, they were paying the director maybe $8 or $10 million a year for a person that didn't have any power. All he could do is make recommendations. I remember he made recommendations about both the JLP and the PNP and what they should do, and they just laugh after them. Right? Even the simple thing of taking down flags after the election, they don't do. Nothing.
So what sense does it make for us to have an office of the political ombudsman then?
It was always a show. It was to give the facade that they were doing something, but everything continued. Every single thing continued.
Let me have Pastor come on in here now, Pastor, and what your take on it?
Well, the appearance of conflict of interest is not a good perception, especially when it comes to an election cycle. I think there needs to be some type of independency, whether the ECJ is there for administrative purposes or to give advice. I think it should be an independent body separated from the office of the Prime Minister. Doesn't matter which government is in office, it still should be an independent body outside of the office of the Prime Minister, because Ed Boyd mentioned that he thinks the democracy is safeguarded as a result of the ECJ. But remember, ballots are transferred from PD to the electoral office, so ballots can be hijacked. So we need some kind of more independent measurement in terms of ensure that no type of irregularities as it relates to electoral fraud will take place. And I just think that office needs to be independent, separated, and funded in a way where everything can be secured and the votes can be then counted, and the
hold on for me, Pastor. So that means if the election should call tomorrow morning, you're not going to trust the process of the election then?
No, I didn't say that, because in America you don't have no electoral office in the White House. That's not. You see what I'm saying?
It is. Hold on. I think what all of us is misunderstanding. It is not. It's not really in the office, but it's not at Jamaica House.
I know.
The office itself is not at Jamaica House.
It's in the
office itself is somewhere else, but. Right. The previewed administration like that one book pens and people to work for them. It has to go through the office of the Prime Minister. But the answer to the Parliament.
Vote buying is one of the it's unconstitutional, it's against the law, but it's prevalent in Jamaica even right now as we speak.
It's not against the law for them to be there.
No, listen, I'm saying all someone has to do is give someone some money that works in the ECJ or the electoral office and buy them out. You have indoor, you have outdoor, you have runners, you have the scrutineers, polling workers. I mean, I just think it needs to be a separate entity, independent from the Prime Minister.
It is a separate entity.
It's a separate entity.
But with no connections like administrative work or anything like that.
No.
I think. Hold on for me. I think you know what is our problem. I think all of us have this perception, that the office of the Prime Minister is a corrupt entity. It is, and I think that is why Jamaicans, both home and abroad, is saying
they don't
like the idea of it. But this has been going on for many years.
No. People don't have the right understanding of the system of the Westminster system.
Right.
It is the Westminster system for purely administrative purposes. It must fall under ministry. But it is independent of everything. The management, the appointees are appointed by the Governor General.
Hold on for Mr. Williams. And also, it's not on the advice of either the government, it's not the advice of the Prime Minister or the opposition leader, is it?
Yes.
It is on the advice of them?
Yes. But
Mr. Williams, let me ask Mr. Williams a question. Why is it then on general election night, February 26th, the speaker was seen going into the ECJ doing the count of the ballot?
No, nobody said that, sir. Yeah, misunderstood.
It was on video.
No matter what's on video, it didn't happen. I've seen many things on video that is not true.
Okay.
Look here, the Electoral Commission of Jamaica is one of the best run organizations in the world, not even in Jamaica, in the world. It is run by independent. A chairman is independent. Corinne McCarthy, the last chairman, she was independent. Right? There are 3 independent commissioners and 2 persons from the GLP and 2 persons from the PNP. That is what makes it up. Right? It's totally independent. And every election that has been run for the last 3 elections, since it became it for the last 15 years, has been without any problems whatsoever.
So, Mr. Williams, you're saying that the video circulating on social media of the Speaker of the House of Representatives going to electoral office during the local government election was a fake video put in by AI?
I don't remember that video. I don't remember that video. So but I know that a lot of fake things have been circulated.
Hold on, one at a time. Hold on, Pastor. One at a time. Go ahead.
I also know that the Electoral Commission of Jamaica does not report to the Speaker. He does not report to the Prime Minister. He does not report to any individual in the government or the opposition. The Electoral Commission of Jamaica reports to Parliament, which is made up of both GLP and PNP. It reports to no person, no individual, just like Indicom. It is right. Now, I am not saying that people are a returning officer. There are 63 returning officers, and all of those returning officers have been vetted by the Electoral Commission of Jamaica. But I'm not saying that one cannot be corrupted. Anybody can be corrupted, right? But it is the returning officer who decide on the election results of every constituency. It is not decided by anybody in the Prime Minister's office or anybody even at the Electoral Commission. It is the returning officer for each constituency. And if there's a tie in a constituency, if each candidate get 10,000 votes, for argument's sake, each, and there's a tie, it is the returning officer that decides the casting vote and decide which one wins. Right? It is totally independent of every single individual.
Mr. Williams, you be talking to the blue in the face, sir. Jamaicans believe, and especially on social media, that Andrew run things in an EOJ.
No, that is whether people want to believe foolishness or not.
No, they behave like they run them country.
A lot of people on social media can't read and reason, you know. You remember what I told you some time ago? That 30% of the people that leave high school can read and reason.
Yes.
Remember what I told you?
Yes.
Right? We have what we call in Jamaican situation today. You hear them talk about people we have an unemployment rate of under 3%, under 4%, 3 point something. But did they tell you that 700,000 people not looking for work because they can't read and write?
But starting
on social media though.
That boy.
Well, Mr. Williams, since you brought up that subject about unemployment, I have one question for you. Because you say the unemployment rate is low. It's supposed based on their new statistics. But how can you count a day laborer as employed? A man that get a work for the day, how is he considered as employed?
That, my dear lady, is the Statistical Institute of Jamaica decide on that.
But
Right?
it's a double
They
standard.
put
That
the
doesn't make
stat.
sense. A day
It don't
labor
make
can't
sense
feed
at
them
all. I
family.
agree with you. I agree with you. And if you are on the street side selling sky juice and box milk and cigarette, you are considered employed too.
And if
Right?
and if you're wiping the car glass in halfway tree, you're
Yeah,
employed according to
yes,
statin.
according to statin. No, that the statin figures was signed off by both the GLP and the PNP. That is why I tell you that the GLP and the PNP is not good for Jamaica. They support, you know what Garrison politics is, my dear lady?
I'm not hearing you. Repeat that,
Well,
please.
let me tell you what Garrison politics is.
Mhm.
Do you know the term Garrison politics?
No.
Garrison. 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 Garrison politics.
Politics, yeah.
Yeah, Garrison. Well, both the GLP leader and the PNP leader have Garrison constituencies. Who run Garrisons? Gunmen run Garrisons.
Gunmen.
So when you hear the GLP leader talking about getting rid of crime, you know what I'm talking about? I'm talking about getting rid of PNP criminal. And when you hear the PNP man talking about getting rid of crime, I'm talking about getting rid of GLP criminal. Because they're not getting rid of their own criminal, because they run criminal constituencies.
But Mr. Williams, in relation to the Garrison politics, and I know as someone who imparts knowledge to many people in relation to politics in Jamaica and Garrison politics, I wonder if you realize that the dynamics of that has changed, that you no longer have what we consider just sole urban garrisons. Because if you were to speak of a garrison, are you referring to a garrison where Don exists, or where a garrison is where it's a political garrison solely? Because let's look at Central Pine Don. That could be considered a garrison.
That
Yeah,
is considered a garrison.
exactly. If you look at other parts, but the garrison, the politicians are not playing the role in these communities anymore. The dons have evolved from the politics. These young
Listen to
guys
me,
have
church.
evolved from the politics.
That only occur when an election is not being that year. The dons in the constituencies. You know, I tape when Fitz Bailey, right, was the head of Deputy Commissioner of Police, Fitz Bailey. He was on nationwide news, and he spoke about the 3 different cases that he had with Klansman. Klansman is a gang that is associated with the PNP. And I called the radio station and I asked a question to Mr. Fitz Bailey, Deputy Commissioner of Police. And he said he has to concentrate on Klansman because the JLP is in power now. And because of that, one order is not involved in any wrongdoings.
So let me ask you a question, Mr. Williams. When the flare-up of violence happened in Spanish Town a couple of days ago, and they kill a notorious Don. Yes, and that is why you see me, and I don't care who I'm vex with me tonight, you know. They can vex and come back over here, nothing to me. You have a lot of Jamaicans that their priorities are not straight.
I agree.
They took to the streets and they demonstrate because they killed the Don.
Yes.
3 trillion missing from the coffers of this country. Nobody take to the streets. Bad roads, they hardly take to the streets. 28 bank account, nobody take to the streets. But yet, But yet, hold on for me, Mr. Williams, yet, the people taking the streets and start bundling with a bundle. And their mother went over there and the mother said, peace be still unto thee. And Mama Babsy run things over here, so. And it was still, they went mad quiet. Don't it look bad, Mr. Williams, that a politician can go and say, peace be still unto thee. And the peace be still unto thee.
Don't you know? You don't know who gave the name one order to the JLP gang.
Who? Eddie? Babsy Grange?
Yes.
Oh Lord.
But you see, there's a lot of things that you people don't know in the diaspora. The diaspora, the first time that Andrew Holness became Prime Minister, he gave a directive to the Commissioner of Police to get rid of all the Klansman gang in his constituency. His constituency is divided into almost two sides. One side with Mall Road is where Patrick Roberts run that side, and he was the councillor, or is the councillor.
Mm-hmm.
That is Klansman.
Patrick Roberts is the PNP?
Yes.
Mm.
And the other side is Tower Hill and Olympic Gardens. That is Andrew Holness' side. That is JLP. The first time Andrew Holness run a seat, he lost it, you know, West Central. You remember, 1997.
I remember.
Yes.
He lost it. But because of electoral malpractice, he won it back.
Yeah.
Because it went to court. You know who was his lawyer at the time?
Patrick.
Abe Abdul.
Oh yes, Abe, yes.
Right? But people change and switch and things and all things, right? Go on. But the point I'm making to you is that these are their constituencies. South St. Andrew is a staunch PNP constituency. That the MP is Mark Golden. 3 years ago, no, 4 years now, because this is 2025. A young girl was raped and savagely strangled by the son of a Don, a PNP Don. And the man did his investigation and found out who the son was. And same going to the police with it. You know what happened to him?
Dead.
He had to run from the constituency. I'm going to hide somewhere now. And Mark Golden never did one thing about that.
Mr. Williams, my name at the come and come over because we have, you know.
Well, I don't care who them want cuss.
Yeah,
They can cuss me.
Sir Jeffrey, I'm sorry, but I have another thing to deal with, so I'm gonna have to run. But thanks for the invite, man. Ed boy,
all the best, Sir Ricky.
Yeah, man, big respect.
Hold on, sir. Pastor Richie, what make you running?
No, it's not running. I was gonna leave at 9 o'clock, but I just stayed a little bit because I thought you were gonna be talking about both situation.
I'm gonna talk about both, but we're just segue into this for a little bit. We're gonna talk about both now.
Yeah, but I'll just
Well, take the first shot. Take the first shot about both.
You are asking about both now, then they can go.
All right, thank you. Both. We talk about this on many different platforms. The Prime Minister was a shareholder in SSL. We have knowledge of that because
shareholder in SSL?
Well, account holder in SSL. Patrick Bailey's lawyer made a statement that he needed money for his mansion, the $300 million US mansion, and he had a loan from SSL. SSL is not a bank. Also, we see the IC report that came out that was tabled last September in Parliament, that the Prime Minister was opening a bank, NCB bank account with $0 and had a withdrawal from SSL, which is a Ponzi scheme. It wasn't a real investment company. It was a scheme, another scam that they set up of $143,000 going into that NCB bank, which linked NCB to some collaboration with these Ponzi scheme, because there's no way you can open a bank account with $0 and then have 143,000 US dollars being wired transferred, and there is no investigation into that by the bank.
How you mean? How you mean? There's no way that can happen?
Well, you know what I mean. NCB management did not. There was no red flag to say this is wrong, and because you and I couldn't do that. You know, go open an NCB account with $0.
Of course, I can do that. I can do that right now. And I can have 38 bank account too. I'm not.
I know you. Yeah. So
go ahead. No,
so Usain Bolt, his problems, it's not going to be resolved in Jamaica. The Kroll report that the DPP is holding so close to her recommend charges for the players in it, and we understand that Gina Panton, based upon her signed statement of confession, is only responsible for 4.1 million. But out of that, she said she's only responsible for taking 20% of that. So the 4.1 million can be traced to Gina Panton. But where's the other $27 million? Because it's a total of 31 million US dollars that was stolen from SSL. And so, you and I both know, and Miss, is it Charlene? What's your name again, Miss?
Sinclair.
Thank you, Miss Sinclair. We all know that in the United States, if you wire transfer a certain amount of money, like 10,000 and above, and system, right, it can trigger the SWIFT system, and that will have investigation going on to why you wire transferring so much amount of money. So it tells me that NCB is collaborating with SSL, because 143,000 US dollars is a lot of US dollars, and yet there was no mention of that in terms of to the United States authority. So Usain Bolt is going to have to reach out internationally to get his money back. I no disrespect to his legal team, but this is bigger than them. This is bigger than the Jamaican government. This is having U.S. money involved, and the U.S.
How you mean bigger than the Jamaican government?
When they can't give him his money back, because how are they going to give him back $12.7 million? That's going to have to be wire transfer.
So where the wire transfer came from?
It's going to hit the U.S. SWIFT system.
The wire wasn't the wire transfer done in the walls of Jamaica?
That's what I'm saying. NCB is collaborating with this Ponzi scheme and other banking institution in Jamaica.
Hold on there for me now. If Usain Bolt wired the money to SSL,
to his company with his mom and father name, Wellgen.
Right. Was it coming from NCB?
But I'm saying, I said other banking institution. NCB, along with other banking institutions, is part of this Ponzi scheme. Yeah.
Yes, Ms. Sinclair.
Okay, so being in finance for so many years myself, I have one question. So when the money was wired, it came from where?
It came from Usain Bolt money into SSL.
But where? What country did it come from? Where did it come from?
I think Usain Bolt company is in
in St. Lucia.
St. Lucia, yeah.
Okay, so when in any audit trail, you start at the beginning, right? So that bank in St. Lucia has to disclose what they've done. No?
Right.
They have to show their records
We
of the wire.
we don't have any evidence. It's probably in the Kroll report, but we don't have the Kroll report.
Because that's where you should start. You have to go back to the beginning. Wherever the funds are originated from is where you start, and then you start your trail.
but the funds once it hit the portfolio of the bank that NCB had the money in.
Hold on for me. Hold on for me. I'm trying to understand something here, Pastor. If Usain Bolt and Headboy, who is advancing banking just like Miss Sinclair, can assist me here. If the company that Usain Bolt owns is based in St. Lucia because of certain fundamental democratical hypocritical system, or the one call it. If it based this up, obviously he has to use a bank from St. Lucia to wire transfer the money to SSL.
Right.
Now my question this evening to Pastor Richie, how NCB get involved in that?
Because the Prime Minister had $143,000 wire transfer from SSL to him in his NCB account that he.
Yeah, but me still not understand how the whole Usain Bolt. Go ahead for me, head boy.
Just to say, I kind of see the angle that Pastor Ricky is coming from. Remember what he's referring to. That account, that 143,000 was wired from SSL, went into that account that was opened the very same day with no minimum balance, but funded with 143K. Yeah?
Speak a little louder.
I'm saying that I believe Pastor Ricky is referring to the situation where the 143K was wired into the account that was opened the same day that did not have any minimum balance. Yes? So, could it be that when, and I think that's what he's referring, could it be that that account was opened in a cry because they knew something was happening, and that's where he's referring to? Was there some collusion on the part of the financial institution because of who the individual was to, you know?
Right. He had inside knowledge of the collapse of SSL. So he took 143,000, but that was not the first transaction that he received money from SSL. That was probably the last time. And so I'm saying that NCB, along with other financial institutions, collaborated in this Ponzi scheme of wire transfer. So I'm saying the only way Bolt is going to get his money back is to reach out to the U.S. authority, because his money was not Jamaican currency. His money was U.S. currency. And the U.S. dollar is one of the U.S. interests that the U.S. You mess with Uncle Sam currency and he get into big trouble. And Miss Sinclair can confirm that. You know, that's why we have an IRS.
Also
yeah, go ahead.
I pointed out to early on, because of my understanding of how the Swiss system works. When the news network on Bradley Avenue came with their reporting, which, by the way, we're now finding out was fictitious, that the funds did not hit Usain Bolt's account. I immediately said to myself that the funds were not wired. I immediately said to myself that is strange, because in order for him to have opened an account, and it is said he had an account there, he had to fund it.
Right.
And they would have had documents indicating what was his initial deposit, because maybe the 12 million was moved over a period of time.
So hold on there now, head boy. Mr. Williams, come on in here. You're a statesman, you travel the globe. My question to you now. An icon like Usain Bolt lose $2 billion. 2 billion Jamaican dollars. His own country defraud him. People going on social media cussing him, so when they ask government for. And some of these idiots on social media don't realize, including that woman Phillips from the JLP, who was a PNP. She damn fool. Venetia Phillips. Isn't SSL regulated by the FSC?
Yes, it is regulated by the FSC.
And don't the FSC answer to the Ministry of Finance?
Yes.
So hold on there now. And for them to operate, they have to get a license from the FFC, eh?
Every year.
Every year. So my question is this. both Audley Shaw, let's go back from Peter Phillips' days then. If anything was going on that time, I don't know. But don't.
SSL was opened in 2006 for the record.
Right.
Okay, so it wouldn't be PNP days then. Good.
It occurred right at the end of the PJ Porsche era, and Bruce Golding will have become Prime Minister 2007.
Right.
Oh.
And the Prime Minister joined it in 08.
Okay, hold on there for me. So that means that Audley Shaw, Manayard Shaw, who said the dollar wine and all kind of wine, would have known, along with Jamaica's world-class Minister of Finance who run Ghana IMF, would have known that SSL was in deep problem.
No, the report sat in Dr. Nigel Clarke's office. He said it from his mouth. You heard it from the horse's mouth. The report sat in his office for over 2 years. He said he did not know where the report was.
Oh.
FSC was writing him about the health and the status of this SSL. Could it possibly be, 1 second, what could it possibly be that Audley Shaw was removed as Minister of Finance because he was going to take a decision in relation to SSL?
Possibility.
With him as well. And Nigel Clarke did not acknowledge until the situation became bad to say, oh, the report was sitting in his office for 2 years. No matter how you are a minister, you get briefings. There's reports coming from the FSC in terms of the risk, especially on the risk rating side.
Exactly.
Yes? And you are telling me that you don't have no intel in relation to
handcuffs, man.
So you're saying to me now that a former Minister of Finance sat on a report knowing well that this company was getting stinker and Riverton dump, and within the same company, Jamaica's world-class Prime Minister, who has 28 bank accounts.
No, put it different. His boss. His boss.
Yes, his boss. Nigel Clarke boss, the world-class finance minister boss.
Joining 08 SSL.
Knowingly, he got inside report that SSL was going belly up. NHT money was inside there. NIS money inside there. Other Jamaicans money.
Yeah.
The banana board money is inside there. And this Prime Minister did nothing about it. Didn't sit and take out the money. He sit and take out fee more money and claim he loved this country. Mr. Williams, your take on that?
But quickly, before Mr. Williams, referee, why I'm calling for the report of Kroll to be made public. It does not involve the funds of Usain Bolt alone. It involves the funds of government entities, which is now within the interest of the public to see how their NHT funds were spent. Remember, there are Jamaicans in Jamaica who can't get a house. Right. This loss to the NHT has impacted the NHT's ability to even do 10, 30, or 40 more additional homes.
Right. How much money was invested from the NHT and NIS? Anybody know?
I think it's 2 billion.
Yep.
All of the government entities, agents that was involved in the Ponzi scheme I think it was accumulated to $2 billion.
Which Ponzi scheme was that, sir?
We're talking about SSL.
You said SSL is a Ponzi scheme?
Yeah, you don't believe that?
Well, I haven't read the report.
Yeah, because
I haven't seen the report. But I agree with Head Boy that the report should be made public.
Right.
And I have no idea. The Director of Public Prosecution is now using the report to present a case. And it is up to her to make the report public. So as long as it won't jeopardize her case.
But Mr. Williams, hold on there for me, Mr. Williams. Don't you think that the smell stink?
The owners
for SSL has been set free. As what my good friend the late Mutty Perkins would have said, they're free like a bird in the sky. And none of their assets overseas was seized.
I'm not aware that even if they had assets overseas, I don't know if they had assets overseas. Because I've only read what is in the papers about SSL. So, but there's a report that the auditors did, the forensic auditors did, and that is what the DPP has. And I would agree that the report should be made public, but not at the expense of the charges that are going to be laid by those persons in SSL who are to be accountable.
But the one second, Jeffrey. But Mr. Williams, both you can both walk and talk. And I think that what should happen is that concurrent action should take place. So, for example, the DPP uses the report to prosecute, but then upon prosecution, she publishes not on the completion of prosecution. Once she has a charge, she can now publish the report. Let John public also be aware of what is in the report, because
yes,
I believe that this approach of sending the report to the DPP, when we know without a shadow of doubt, it is clear that the government has some love affair with the DPP. It's the first time I've ever seen a government and a DPP so close. So when you look in relation to this report going to the DPP, I believe this is dead on arrival.
Exactly.
But hold on there for me now.
Unless it is made public.
There's more than one person involved in this Ponzi scheme, but she make mention of only one person.
But hold on there for me now, Mr. Williams. Yes, you are the oldest person on this platform. Me go on like me old, but me not that old.
I'm more mature.
Yes, you're more mature. You're younger than me. You're more mature indeed. Would you think that one person alone, Gene and Panton, moves so much $1 billion around and the head of SSL don't know about that?
That is where I am flabbergasted. Because Gene and Panton cannot be the only person.
Right.
If the forensic audit point to more than one person, then the country should know.
Right.
So that is why I agree with Head Boy that as long as that aspect of the report will not affect the charges that are supposed to be placed, but it is not the forensic audit alone. You know. There's also the man that was appointed to run SSL.
Mm-hmm.
That man also is supposed to be an independent person.
Well,
and should report.
Well, sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I said that man should report also because he was the sole person appointed to run SSL when the government stepped in and took it over from the directors and shareholders.
But also based on Mr. Bolt attorney, he said that the same man you're speaking about reported that the money was wire transferred into the account of SSL.
Well,
no.
That's the case. How come Gina and Panton get her hand on it?
No, hold on there for me. No. If it was wire transfer into SSL, and SSL keep on giving Mr. Bolt company fraudulent report, and the government of Jamaica allow the owners of SSL to go on scotch-free. Don't look at the Jamaican people government and believe that we're a bunch of idiots. We're not. Because there's no way, there's absolutely no way Gene and Panton alone can do that.
You don't know who the DPP is going to charge other than Gene and Panton?
The DPP not charge nobody else. I don't trust her one. I don't trust her from here to there. She's a national disgrace to the country, to this country.
No, I don't agree with that statement.
She is. When you have a DPP who admitted to the people of this country that she has dealt with tainted jurors before, huh? And we must trust her?
Of course. Yeah, I agree. I agree with the decision that Justice Campbell made to continue the case. I agree with that decision.
So you're saying to me, Mr. Williams, we're gonna go back to Usain Bolt case. You're saying to me, Mr. Williams, that it doesn't matter how many other cases this DPP has dealt with tainted jurors and how many Jamaicans are languishing in our prisons without seeing or having a proper trial? You agree with her, sir?
No. What I'm speaking specific. I believe that persons connected to Vibes Cartel try to bribe the jury.
Yes. And the DPP admitted to that.
And the DPP admitted that she knew about it, but she still went ahead and got a conviction.
So don't you think?
I agree that if he spent 13 years behind bars, he should have spent another 13 as far as I'm concerned. But he's out. But if they had let him go, when the trial was going on, 6 months after the trial going on, he would be scot-free from then.
And that's why I'm asking you the question also, Mr. Williams. If the DPP of Jamaica, the Director of Public Prosecution, can admit to the...
I answered you, sir. I answered you. I said, yes, I agree that she should deal with the tainted jury because she got a conviction of that tainted juror too. 2 years in prison.
So hold on there. You agree that other Jamaicans are languishing in our prisons too because of tainted jurors?
I don't know. But in this case that you are talking about, I agree with Justice Campbell for continuing the case because at least we get 13 years behind bar. We would not have gotten that if we had that jury.
Why would you want to sentence someone for more than, you said he should get another 13 years. Why would you want to do that when...
I believe he's guilty.
Wait, one second. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to overtalk you, but I'm just confused because the Privy Council court looked at the case, examined all the evidence, the details of it. They determined, the judges on the Privy Council, that this case should never have gone to prosecution.
No, they didn't say that.
Wait.
They did, with all due respect, Reverend, they did not say that.
So why did they quash it? Why did they say it was null and void?
They did not squash it.
That's the language they use in their
No, they did not squash it, sir. With all due respects, they did not squash it.
Okay, why did they send it back to the appellate court then?
They sent it back to the appellate court for the appellate court to decide whether they should have a new trial or not.
Right, because they found some problematic stuff.
What is problematic is well known, sir. Persons connected to Vibes Cartel tried to bribe the jury.
That's irrelevant right now. We're talking because he served time, he paid his due to society, whether he was innocent or guilty, I don't know. But the fact of the matter, or the truth of the matter, the Privy Council court in England had an opportunity for a couple months to examine this case. They made a ruling that they're going to quash, that's their language, it's not my language, and it's null and void. And they sent it back because they found a lot of problematic errors in the case that it should have never gone to a prosecution. They sent it to the court in Jamaica.
All right. Hold on there for me. Let us go back to the Usain Bolt thing, and then we're gonna wrap up because we're gonna stay here all night talking about cartel and DPP. Because as far as I'm concerned, she should have never remained as director of public prosecution. But that's my opinion.
I agree with
I disagree with that opinion.
That's why I love talking to you. Anyway, we're going to wrap up the conversation now. Do you believe, Mr. Williams, that the government should have said something to Mr. Bolt pertaining to his money?
They should release the report that the forensic audit did. But it has been sent to the Director of Public Prosecution for her to institute her charges. But that report needs to be released to the public, either sooner or later.
Mm-hmm. Miss Sinclair, your views? Unmute your mic.
Sorry, the whole thing baffles me. I'm learning a lot from this because I look at it from a different point of view. If any one of us work our money and put it in the bank, bank's accountable for our money. So if he wired his money, somebody knows where it is. And for somebody to just blatantly say we have the report and we just throw our hands in the air and we just decide that we're not going to address it. It's like not addressing something. The elephant's in the room, let's not talk about it. Right? It's not fair. So the whole thing makes no logical sense because there's a way to trace this money. It's not rocket science. Anybody that does a true audit knows how to trace this money. If you were missing $1 in your accounting balance, you work backwards, right? Until you find that dollar. It's the same thing here. There's no difference. There is a way to trace this money. Everybody's just decided that they're not going to do it.
I agree with you. And I'm sure the forensic auditors trace the money. And they sent a report to the deep and to Mr. the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Finance sent it to the DPP.
And do you believe, Mr. Williams? Do you believe
on the DPP or the Minister of Finance to release the report?
So do you believe that the DPP would charge somebody, say somebody in the Parliament involved in it, or somebody from the VUMVA be involved in it? Do you believe that the DPP will not charge them?
Yes.
You believe that?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Who was Nigel?
Hold on for me, Pastor. Your final comment, 1 minute, and then we'll go to head boy.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I want to know who was Nigel Clarke protecting, why he sat on the report for 2 straight years, didn't make mention of it till he was asked about it. Then he said he forgot, or he was busy. I forgot what he said, or it was in his cupboard somewhere, growing cobwebs. The truth of the matter is, they all were in on this. The SSL was set up to defraud. SSL was set up to defraud every investors. Unfortunately, Bolt got dragged into this Ponzi scheme, got introduced to it. He decided he wanted to invest money for his retirement, to live his life after track and field. Didn't even know what he was getting involved in. It was a setup from the beginning, and he needs to get his money back. And Bolt, the only way you're going to get it, you're going to have to reach out to international, external law enforcement like the FBI.
I agree with everything that you say, except when you refer to SSL as a Ponzi scheme. I think that is below your dignity. That is below you, sir.
Why is it, Mr. Williams?
Because he's a reverend.
So because he's a reverend, he must not say it's a Ponzi scheme?
It's not a Ponzi scheme. It was not.
So what is it then?
It was not a Ponzi scheme.
It reminds me of Clash Plus on Hollins.
I have a different idea of what a Ponzi scheme is. That SSL was not a Ponzi scheme.
What was SSL, Mr. Williams? Hold on for me, Pastor. What was SSL, Mr. Williams?
What?
What was SSL then?
SSL was a investment banking institution.
How many?
It was approved by the PNP and the JLP.
So hold on there. Wasn't the PNP and the JLP approve Cash Plus too?
No, Cash Plus was not approved by the JLP or the PNP.
So who allowed them to operate in Jamaica?
Weak laws.
So is it weak laws allow SSL to go under? Because weak laws allow SSL to continue operate to rip off the people of this country.
Yes, weak laws, yes.
So isn't it a Ponzi scheme?
No, it is not. You
Listen,
you
SSL
can't
was
use words. You can't
all
use
Chen
words
Young and
as you
Hold on, hold
please.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
You
Hold on,
can't
Pastor.
you can't use words as you please, Jeffrey,
Why?
because SSL was not a Ponzi scheme.
Well, Mr.
You
Williams,
can call it that if you want.
Paul
If you
Chen
want,
Young
you
just
can call it that. But I know the
liquidate
truth.
the asset and
One
And
at
the
a time, one at a
Reverend
time, one at
knows
a
the
time, one at
truth.
a time.
And I'm saying that the Reverend knows the truth. But
Paul,
one
this is what I
he
know.
chooses
Can I
to
get
call it
30
a
more
Ponzi
seconds?
scheme
After
because
30
he
seconds, I won't
thinks
say
that
anything after
it
this 30
will
seconds.
make his case stronger.
no
Let me
But
say
one
this about
second.
that is a
Ponzi scheme.
farce.
Paul Chen Young and Associates had a Ponzi scheme going on. It fell, it collapsed, they liquidated, and they transferred the asset and formed SSL, another Ponzi scheme.
But even my justification, Jeffrey, and why I will now be not afraid to say it was a Ponzi scheme is if you look, they Gene and Pantan, they claim was producing statements for Usain Bolt showing that he had stocks, investments in stocks. And if you know anything about stocks, this is also an SEC fraud because they said he bought Apple stocks. SSL was selling American stocks, yes, that were listed on the the New York Stock Exchange, the Nasdaq or whatever, was listed there, and they did not deliver those stocks to Mr. Bolt.
Exactly.
So if you're talking about fraud and Ponzi, it is similar to what Madoff did in the US.
Bernie Madoff, yeah.
Bernie was delivering statements to his clientele, showing them they have gained huge markups on their investments. When Usain saw his investment information from SSL, it showed that he had grew about what 16, 17 million US.
Well, no go so.
So
And you're saying that
if it was not a Ponzi scheme, or even if the word Ponzi scheme is too strong, uh, it is evident that some serious fraud took place at SSL.
Not every fraud is a Ponzi scheme, sir.
No, that is why I'm saying if it was not a Ponzi scheme, then it was a fraud.
It's a
so let me,
force that we all agree that it was a fraud, a
let-
major fraud. But that is not what SSL was not what Bernie Sanders did, or Cash Plus did,
No,
or the other one,
Bernie
David, right?
Mr. Williams, please. I don't want to associate the good senator from Vermont um, with with that sort of. I love my
so,
Okay,
Bernie.
so,
a slip of the tongue is no fault
No
of the
problem,
man.
no problem, no problem, no
so
problem. I'm
but we're
just
gonna
saying, I
wrap
don't
up now.
want.
But Mr. Williams, I don't understand something here. This country of ours that we call Jamaica
Mhm.
continue. You have
You want to call it a Ponzi scheme?
the country
Yes.
is a Ponzi scheme, is a failed state.
I agree with you, it's a failed state. And I agree with you, it's a corrupt state. Because the JLP and the PNP are both corrupt.
Yeah, but Mr. Williams, the JLP been in power for 9 years. You can only have one batsman at a time. And I am of the
Yes.
view that our comparison, in terms of, let's look at the level of scandals we have seen over the 9 years. And I'm not saying scandals is not under the People's National Party because they had their own scandal. You want to talk about the Zing scandal, the White House scandal, whatever. They have had scandals as well. So no
That's right.
government is free of scandal. But I'm saying in this short period of time, Andrew Holness ruling Jamaica, being serving as prime minister since 2016 to now, you have had major investigations which now allude to him having impropriety in terms of the ICJ report. Yes?
Yes.
So we have never in the history, and you can go back and see, we have never had a prime minister that has been brought before any integrity body. His source of income is being questioned, and even reports are showing this undue income. Because the truth be told is, Andrew Holness is not like a Mark Golin, a Peter Bunting, and even from the JLP, other businessmen, that Darrell Vaz and others who have had business, even Bobby Montague, who have had business over the years. Yes? He has been a career politician.
You're preaching to the converted, sir.
Praise the Lord.
No, but the point I'm making, I'm not asking for your conversion, Mr. Williams. I am saying
Look here.
that
If I
we cannot
say to you,
compare Andrew Holness. Even if we want to compare the JLP and the PNP, we cannot compare Andrew Holness to any leader that have ever served in Jamaica. The man is
yes,
beyond.
you can. You can.
Who?
Edward Seaga.
You can.
Who?
You can compare him to PJ Patterson.
No, I think that would be a disrespect. And let me tell you why. And a fast.
Well, I've lived long enough to know that I'm not disrespecting any of them.
No. But
let me ask a question though. Hold on from head, but let me ask a question though. Who on this panel here remember the 1990s?
I do.
I grew up in it, so I know.
You grew up in it.
How old were you in the 1990s, Edward?
1946.
I can tell you, I remember the gas rats the morning I was going to school.
Which one?
Which one of the gas rats you remember?
The 1990.
No, man, it's more than one.
1979 one?
No, 99. Sorry, 99. Remember when we had the
remember
gas
the
rats?
1979 one?
No,
you never born in time then?
I was not even conceived.
Okay. Well, I led that one.
Yes. Yeah.
But hold on there. Let me ask a question though. You know why I go down to the 1990s? You know what?
Life was better.
If I start this tonight here,
no, but I
want to go to my bed.
This suffering, and I'm saying just quickly in terms of the deficit of leadership. I am not here to compare or to defend any leader. You can have one leader at a time. Yes? And that's a statement of fact. It is obvious with the polls and all indications, even the Blue Dot poll coming from a favorable news media for the JLP has pointed to the fact that even Andrew Holness's own supporters in the JLP, at least 50% of them are saying he's not doing a damn good job.
I agree with that.
So all indication is indicating that the JLP is on a trajectory to lose this election. And the Portmore boundaries, as I wrap up, the Portmore boundaries, the trying to defend, trying to bemoan Usain Bolt's name and defame his character, and all of the other things that they're doing and making up this thing about the KCM, the Kingston and St. Andrew Corporation issue. It is obvious that the JLP is on a downward trajectory and they're looking at every single angle that they can get some momentum from to survive.
Miss Williams, Miss Sinclair, go ahead.
Miss Williams, I have a question for Mr. Williams. Seeing you have so much knowledge and you've been around for so long, just give us an idea of where you see Jamaica going forward. How do you see Jamaica moving forward, and how can what do we got to look forward to?
You sure you want your
point of view?
You sure you want to answer?
Yes, I wanted to answer it.
Go ahead, Willie.
I don't see no good future for Jamaica under the JLPNP. What we are doing from 1944 to now is swapping one corrupt party to the other. The degrees of corruption, to me, is secondary. It is corruption. Both of them are totally corrupt. From the concept of 1944, from the time of then, we have had internal self-government. And they both conspire to keep the people of Jamaica ignorant and poor.
I agree with you.
Let me just say,
and on that note,
can I just say, no, wait one second. This is unfair to Comrade Leader Mark Golden.
Hold on. Hold on for me. Hold on. When we did not come up with that, but hold on a minute there. Mr. Will. You know what? Pastor, go ahead. Let me carry on the conversation.
Former leader Mark Golan was a justice minister in the Portia Simpson administration. He drafted the Integrity Commission Act that was passed in the Parliament in 2017. That the Integrity Commission, that's their Bible. That is what they're doing to hold politicians accountable for illicit enrichment and corruption. Former leader Mark Golan has never been the Prime Minister of Jamaica. He was a banker.
But he never mentioned Mark Golan name.
Well, no, he mentioned the PNP. We're going in a new direction right now with a new sheriff that's about to come.
So hold on now, because he mentioned the PNP.
So you are a spokesman for the PNP, right?
No, I've been a Mike man the heights. From me a 9-year-old, me a Mike me's a comrade.
No. You must be hold on for me. PJ Patterson said in his presentation a couple days ago in Montego Bay that you must be a Jamaican first.
I am.
You must not. Hold on there. You must not be die-hearted to any tribe. He said it. Not me. Go back and look at it.
All right. Okay.
Go ahead.
Statement. Thank you. Being in Jamaica, there's two political parties. It's your civic duty to participate in the process. So you have to choose a party. So that makes me. I've been a comrade since age 9. Now we have a new sheriff coming into town.
Of course.
A real estate guru, a banker, a successful businessman, a corporate lawyer, a powerful justice minister, and now a powerful leader of the opposition who's a no-nonsense person who honors the rule of law and the Constitution and has been fighting for Jamaicans even when his father, Sir John Golan, was doing his rehab with helping people with disability back in the Kendall crash and afterwards and doing the polio virus. This
Lord Savior come to save Jamaica.
Him gonna do things different from any other previous PNP administration or GLP administration, and you can hold me accountable to that. That under his administration, anybody, him say it there, anybody who find themselves in any type of corruption,
talk is cheap.
Minister, have to take with themselves. So you
talk is cheap.
Jamaica has a bright future under this new sheriff coming into town. Amen.
Rev, I don't want you to oversell because I am convinced of the product in Mark Golan, and I'm certain Mr. Williams will agree with me that Mark Golan has been the only prime minister outside of Bruce Golan who was called for impeachment of his own members, meaning member of parliaments. Yes? And there's pedigree, and not because Mark Golan is from a particular class of Jamaica. I'm just saying that Mark Golan exhibits to me the tenets of what good governance would look like. The man not afraid to publish his accounts. He has opened up. He says, I'll remove myself from businesses when I become prime minister. You have never had somebody vying for office in such a long time that is willing to tell you, look here, me go give up my business. Huh? The truth be told is, I think, in terms of holding accountable, Mark Golan has shown all the members of the People's National Party have had to sign a code of conduct.
Yes.
All the sitting MPs have, but the 49 JLP members have not signed theirs to this day.
Exactly.
So if you're talking about, and I'm not saying the PNP is perfect. I am someone who has supported the PNP since I've been young. And every political party in Jamaica, in all fairness, and I've been one who have been critical of PJ Patterson in the past. I've been critical, but I'm telling you, I'm looking at a Jamaica now that is unrecognizable in terms of governance. Yes? I have never seen the level of barefaced corruption. Yes, and the thing is, when you know it, when you know the players in it, it is when you have a state and there's not an assault and a narco state, it seems as if drugs now has become prevalent in the Jamaican society.
True. you know, and on that note, we're gonna wrap up. On that note, I want to say this because a lot of people believe that Jeffrey is one of the worst person who whatever. For all the years I've been in this country, see, I have a tendency of dragging my memory from way back when. Jamaica did not get to a 2-point-something trillion dollars debt under one administration. Jamaica did not get to a country where we can't see with our windows and door open under one administration. And I pray and hope that if the People's National Party should gain state power, the first thing I want them to do before Mark Golden ever even named his cabinet is to order forensic audit into every single government entity in this country. And where the bangle must go, let the bangle go. Right. I keep on saying this. It is not only politicians alone involved in corruption in this country. The permanent secretaries of government entities, we need to look into them. As I close this program tonight,
procurement officers as well.
Yes. And I want to say this tonight. Anyone out there who may know Usain Bolt, I was asked to say this, I'm going to say it. Get in contact with either my program, Mr. Wilfred Rattigan would love to get in contact with you, sir.
It is unfair. It is unfair for you to single out $12 million and $31 million of poor people money that gone.
What again?
It is unfair to you by you to single out $12 million US when the total is $31 million and the bulk of it is poor Jamaican money that is gone.
I don't single out anything, Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir. You single out $12 million. What about that money for the 31 million of pure poor people?
And Mr. Williams, calm down, sir. Calm down. I agree with you. I agree with you that other people money is missing. You have the banana board.
12 million and leave out the other 31 million.
But you have the banana board people calling me about it, sir. You don't know. You do not know what we have up our sleeve to do, sir.
What we who? The PNP?
Yes, the PNP.
Oh, so you and Reverend and Head Boy is PNP.
You said it, not I.
I am a Jamaican.
No. Let me make this clear on this platform.
I am a comrade, die-hearted comrade for life.
Jamaica come first for me. I am not a member. Hold on, Mr.
Williams.
Hold on, Mr. Williams.
People about blinkers.
Hold on.
Say Jamaica. All you say is orange and green.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams, 1 second. Mr. Williams. No, Mr. Williams. I have beer with you.
You are nothing.
Mr. Williams.
Because you are a tribalist.
Mr. Williams.
I am a Jamaican.
Let's be real.
Right?
Let's be
I
real.
have seen the GLP in power and I've seen the PNP in power and both of them are corrupt to the hilt.
So why don't we find an alternative in a third party? No third party has been able to emerge because the third party...
Because the business people support corruption in Jamaica. And you support it too.
Me? How do I support it?
Because you are a diehard. And diehard are the worst set of people.
No, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, calm down. None of us said to you they were dieharded. Mr. Williams. No, hold on. Gentlemen. Gentlemen, hold on. Gentlemen, hold on. Mr. Williams, one person said to you that they're die-hearted. Jeffrey Tavares never said to you that I'm die-hearted. I've never said that to you. I'm not a member of any political party and I don't want to be a member of any political party.
To be a reverend.
That's your opinion. The people that put me there, feel that way.
I am an
I'm a people's
unrepentant
person.
I'm an
And party I
unrepentant comrade.
You don't live in Jamaica. You don't live in Jamaica.
I was in Jamaica for 8 weeks last year. I travel to Jamaica all the time.
Yeah, but you don't live in Jamaica.
We travel to Jamaica. We have things in Jamaica.
Jamaica. Your
congregation,
where there?
People are defending.
You can't the people in the congregation where there?
No, man. No, Mr.
Do you
Williams,
vote,
no.
Mr. Williams?
No, but
with all
anybody
fairness,
that tell me
do
that
you
they are
vote?
diehard,
Do you do your
I
civics?
know that they are blind.
Hold on.
No, man, he votes. He votes. He votes. He votes.
Do your civic duty,
Anybody
right?
that tell me that they are diehard is blind.
Okay, you do your civic duty, right? I want to hear from him, right? You do your civic duty by going to the polls, right?
Of course I do.
So what's wrong if me do mines and me I say me like the party because
No,
I feel like they're the better party for the country?
You don't say that. You say you're a diehard.
From your
You don't
night,
understand the meaning of the words that you use.
Of course I understand the meaning of the word.
But aren't you a diehard NDM, Mr. Williams?
Yes, I am a diehard Jamaican. NDM, all Jamaicans are NDM. All NDM people are Jamaican.
Diehard Jamaican and a diehard comrade. That's it.
You can't be the two.
Why?
Bruce Golding was an NDM, you know. And you saw what was his
No,
result.
it was only an NDM for convenience. Can run right back to him roots. As a real NDM man say, him go back and eat him vomit.
Oh, yeah. And you had Christopherton as well. You had DK Duncan.
Well, Christopherton, DK Duncan was an opportunist.
Oh, well, so was Bruce Golding, yes.
Yes. Christopherton is a little different. He was never a JLP before him went. Him went and become a JLP because of opportunism too. But he was never a JLP before or a PNP.
Gentlemen, we'll be staying here all night tonight. I want to say thanks to Sir Sinclair, Miss Sinclair rather. I want to say thanks to Pastor for coming on.
I love it. I love the colors.
Miss Sinclair and Mr. Williams. When I come for Jamaica, we're gonna link, man.
Hold on for me. I want to say. Hold on for me, gentle people. Hold on for me. The program wrong with you now. I want to say thanks to Miss Sinclair. Thanks to Head Boy. Thanks to my good friend Sir Michael Williams and my other good friend Pastor. I want to say thanks to Sir Raymond Price for coming on. I want to thanks to the producers of this program. I want to thanks to Walking in Divine Purpose in the chat room who keeping the things going. Thanks to all those who are in the chat room who making this program possible. My co-host Head Boy who keep on coming on. I want to say thank you all very much for being a part of this program. And as usual,
I like Head Boy. I like Head Boy. It is more rational.
Jesus,
I'm considering running in your constituency. Would you give me the support?
Which constituency that is?
I'm just troubling you, Mr. Williams.
No man, come on, run, man.
Yeah.
Them need a good candidate. PNP need a good candidate in East Portland.
No, they have an excellent candidate in Issac Buchanan. His story is an inspirational story to many young men.
No,
Mr. Williams. Let's not go down there running tonight. Okay, we go down there tonight.
No, but Mr. Williams.
Hold on, gentlemen. I got to wrap up because. Hold on there. I got to wrap up.
Jeffrey, quickly. Mr. Williams, I want to address this argument because Issac Buchanan is a personal friend, and I'll tell you why. And also to this program. Yeah. The Constitution of Jamaica does not disqualify Issac from running in an election in Jamaica. His crimes were not committed on the shores of Jamaica, and therefore in Jamaica is not considered a criminal. He has served his time, and he's contributing to the wider Jamaica. And also he has contributed tremendously in law. So I'm saying the notion and the argument being pushed by persons who know better that once you're not, Mr. Warmington, it's alleged, was convicted in the US as well.
And not only that, Head Boy, Jamaica has a lot of criminals in the parliament, you know.
Of course.
And I end the program on that. Mr. Williams, have a good night.
One doesn't join the JLP.
So, big up yourself.
And Mr. Williams, I know you're one man who you're a very decent person, and I think you who Mr. Buchanan an apology doing.
No, where he was convicted is a felon.
Yeah, but nothing Jamaican.
There's nothing in Jamaican law called a felon, you know.
But nothing in Jamaica.
Where Issac Buchanan was convicted, he's a felon.
Yes, but not in Jamaica.
But that is why I said he's a felon.
But not in Jamaica, Mr. Williams.
But that don't matter.
Yes, it does.
But it don't matter because just as head boy said, it is not a criminal offense in Jamaica.
So why did you use that word then?
I use it because he is a felon.
So because he's a felon, he can't run his member of parliament.
No, I didn't say that.
But you said they needed a replacement, Mr. Williams. I would have been a better candidate. So you're therefore implying that his previous occasion. Well, that is my interpretation. I don't want to say I am overreading.
Let me on the behalf of this program, the Mekwittalk program, I apologize to Mr. Issac Buchanan, a very good friend of mine, a good friend of this program, for the word that Mr. Williams used. And I know Issac, it doesn't touch Issac one bit.
He's gonna laugh.
No, it doesn't matter Issac one bit.
Well, but Jamaica is truth.
Mr. Williams, behave yourself. Good night.
Good night, y'all.
Good night. Thanks for coming on.
Nice seeing you, Miss Sinclair.
All the best.
Good night, sir.
It looks like Miss Sinclair, you know.
Very much so.
Uh-huh.
She's the only balanced person on the program.
So me no balance?
No, sir.
I'm balanced because I'm green and orange.
No, yeah, black, green, and orange.
Exactly. So I'm balanced.
All right.
Yeah.
We're gonna say
All
good
right,
night
guys.
now. Have a good night, everybody. Thanks for coming on, Mr. Williams.
You're
Miss Sinclair,
welcome,
good
sir.
night. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Have a
man,
good
take
night.
care.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to say thanks to everyone who come on the program. Thank you all very much. And on behalf of all of us here, I want to say good night to everyone. Have a great night, everybody. One moment. Yeah, you want to talk? Hold on. Go ahead. Go ahead for me, John.
No, I said that when he refers to Mr. Buchanan as a felon, that happened to him when he was a teenager, and life is about reform.
True.
And if he reformed himself, he is a well-known attorney. That means that he's upholding the law. For him to go back in history, how we uplift our people, or even give somebody who committed a crime a second chance.
So true. And that is why I apologize from this program to my good friend Issac. I apologize, and my sincere apology to Issac, because I don't know why people keep on bringing back the past into this, and that is why we will never go forward in this country.
Exactly, and he did his time for whatever crime, and we should move on. What has he done after that?
The man has rehabilitated himself. He's a lawyer, a damn fine lawyer. He helps people a lot, and we have a Minister of National Security who has things behind his name that is only God Almighty know.
Exactly. So that's who he should be focusing on, not somebody that did a crime, did his time when he was a teenager, and now has moved on to better himself. That is what life is about.
So true.
Thank you so much for accepting my call.
You're welcome. Thank you all very much. What my good friend Joan is saying is correct, and that is why I sincerely apologize to my good friend Issac Buchanan for what Mr. Williams said. I know it doesn't touch a thing on Issac, but I'm going to apologize because Isaac come on this program a lot. And I apologize to him. Until you hear my voice again, I'm Jeffrey Tavares. Yes, he needs to apologize. He needs to apologize. And I don't know if Mr. Williams will ever apologize because he has some ways about him that, you know, that's how he is. Until you hear my voice again, I'm Jeffrey Tavares saying so long. God bless you and may God bless our island home, Jamaica land we love. Have a great night, everybody. It was a good night. It was a good program thus far. Thank you all very much for coming on. Have a great night. Remember to like, share, and subscribe to this Make We Talk program. Good night.
When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Make we talk, people.
Farm, we're gonna highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represent yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affect the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represent yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affect the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica, make we talk. Make we talk.